I shout Heidi, hi. Is anybody here old enough to know what you shout back at me? Very good, excellent, wonderful. So welcome to the Centre for London's annual conference in this absolutely amazing and wonderful venue. I'm Fiona Fletcher-Smith and I am the Centre for London's chair. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Centre for London first. I know if you're here, you probably know quite a bit about us already. But I just want to remind you that we at the Centre for London are London's independent think tank. We are uniquely dedicated to developing new solutions for our wonderful global city. We help both policymakers and city leaders to think about the long-term future of London, to think about its sustainability, its place as a global city, and very importantly, in the theme of today's conference, how London works for all Londoners. Events like today are a really vital part of the work that we do. They are part of the conversation that we have with policymakers and leaders across London. But it's not the only way that you can be involved. We also have an amazing supporters network. And if you're interested in becoming a supporter of the Centre for London, any of the team who are here today will be really happy to talk to you about that. So what does being a supporter of the Centre for London actually mean? What does it give you? Well, the first thing is, it is that you will become part of a really exciting and high-level network of organisations who help to influence thinking in London. You get access to some absolutely brilliant, and I will say that because I've been to a number of them over the years, brilliant small roundtable events where you get to meet and talk to our city leaders and those people who influence the future of London. It's open to everyone who's in your organisation if you join. So I really would urge you, if you're interested in exploring this as an option, just speak to anybody from the team today. That would be fantastic. Now, whether you're watching us online, because we are doing this hybrid today, we are broadcasting on YouTube, or whether you're here in the room, there are lots of ways to get involved. And I'd say by lunchtime, you're going to be able to repeat the Sli.do code. Now, I know lots of you attend lots of conferences, you're very familiar with how to use Sli.do, but just to remind you, you can either scan the QR code that you've got on your paper program, or in your browser, type in the code app.sli.do. And the code you need today is 1969687. 1969687. Now, you can also follow us on Twitter at Centre for London using the hashtag for today's event, which is Does London Work? And there'll be lots of opportunities to put questions to our panels and our speakers today using Sli.do. So please, really want this to be as interactive as it possibly can. Now, the bit I've been dreading today is the housekeeping, because if I don't direct you to the right fire exit, this could be a bit of a problem. So we are not expecting a fire alarm today. So if you hear a continuous alarm, please leave by the nearest fire exit. So in this hall, the exit you'll use following the green lights will be out onto Mallet Street behind us. Please don't stop to pick up any belongings, just move calmly and quickly to the nearest exit. If you have reduced mobility, we have a number of refuge points, so please wait there and assistance from the fire marshals will come to help you. The other thing to say about today is it's about networking. So we have plenty of breaks for you to meet other delegates and talk about what's happening in your business, your organisation, your charity. And the first break will be at 10:45 and lunch will then be between 12:50 and 1:50. Then finally, toilets are back towards reception or in the corridor behind the hall on this side. We also have a quiet or prayer room, which you'll find to my right in the corridor, which has been reserved for use if you feel the need to use it. And then finally, Wi-Fi. If you go onto the network conference, there is no password, so you should be able to get straight on to Wi-Fi from there. Now, without further ado, I would like to bring Nick Bowes, our absolutely wonderful Chief Executive, to the stage, who is going to formally open the conference. So, Nick, thank you.
Thanks, Fiona. The check's in the post for that one. Thank you. Morning, everybody. Welcome to London Conference 2022. Fantastic to see you all here. I'm Nick Bowes. I'm Chief Exec of Centre for London. I think most of you know who we are. We are the city's think tank, and with London facing so many complex problems and evolving challenges, our job is really to help come up with the new policy solutions to tackle these challenges. We can only do that with your support, and as Fiona said, the Supporters Network is a really fantastic way for you to get involved. But also, if you're really keen, we're also looking for 4 new trustees at the moment. So please do chat with any of the members of the team here. We've also got trustees, and obviously Fiona's here. If you're really interested in helping us make London a better place, please do consider applying to be a trustee. So today we're posing a rather big question: does London work? I think, plainly for many people it does. London's home to the successful and the wealthy. It's innovative and it's ingenious. It's home to the creative and the famous. It's a huge magnet for talent and investment, both from within the UK and from across the world. The prospects of city living and the bright lights are enough to entice even small town Yorkshire boys to come and live in the big smoke. But there is also another side to London. On your journey here this morning, many of you will have touched in and touched out at the tube station. But how many people hesitate as their hand hovers over that yellow card reader, worried that they don't have enough cash to pay the fare? And maybe they think, actually, I'm going to get the bus, even though it's a lot slower, because it's cheaper. And how many people are up at 4:30 in the morning, squeezing in their first of many jobs on the London living wage before most people have even got out of bed? While some of you might have skipped breakfast this morning because you thought that we put on some nice pastries and coffee, I bet none of you did it so that you forfeited your own breakfast so your children could eat. And as you slammed the door behind you this morning on your way out, I doubt few of you were panicking about whether you'd have a roof over your head by the end of the week, and if not, whose sofa you might end up having to sleep on. Plainly, London doesn't work for everyone, and it doesn't work for every bit of the city. For some in London, it's a daily struggle, a hard grind, multiple paid, low-paid, insecure jobs, and long-term health problems that trap many people in their homes. Some parts of London, the West End's glitz and Canary Wharf's skyscrapers, feel a million miles away from their local community. And for the rest of the country, looking at London, they're probably thinking, does it really make a difference to where they live, whether London is successful or not? So today's an opportunity for us to pick at these questions, at this question of does London work? And ahead of us, we've got some really fantastic sessions and great speakers. Being honest, we're not going to solve London's problems today. I wish we could, but we won't. A conference alone won't do that. But I hope it does lead to a deeper understanding of many of the challenges that the city faces, and a realization that there are solutions, but they're complex. Sometimes they're quite unpalatable, particularly for politicians, and they're sometimes difficult for Londoners to hear. And when you leave today, I hope you take away new ideas that can help us make London a better city. You will almost certainly hear things today that you don't agree with, or that make you reflect on your long-held views about certain aspects of the city, and that is a good thing. Disagreement and debate is healthy, and I want today to be a space for a range of differing opinions. I also want you to make the most of the networking opportunities today. This is a great venue we're in. There's lots of space. There's lots of really important people here from across public, private, voluntary sector, and I hope you go away today having made new connections. Before I finish, I just want to make a few specific mentions. First, a thank you to all of the Centre for London staff who've worked so hard over many weeks and months to make today happen. It is an enormous event to put on. There's a lot of stress and a lot of duck's legs paddling below the surface to make today look like it's a fantastically successful event to you guys who are looking in from the outside. So can we just give a clap to them? Second, I want to just put on record our thanks to today's amazing sponsors. Without their support, we would not be able to put on a conference of these proportions. So hopefully I'm not going to miss any off here. The City of London Corporation, Lend-Lease, Mount Anvil, the Earls Court Development Company, the G15 Housing Associations, the Greater London Authority, Impact on Urban Health, London Borough of Hounslow, London Councils, Port of London Authority, Trust for London, Worldline, and the London Community Foundation, and also our exhibitors, Planning Aid for London and Re-London. And last but not least, I want to thank the University of London, who are our venue partners today. They've kindly provided us with this amazing space here in Senate House. It's a building with so much history. It's had a starring role in many of the most famous aspects of popular culture that you'll be aware of. It's been in TV programs and films. It was actually, in one bit of popular culture, it was the last place in London to hold out against an army of voracious coniferous human-eating plants in the day of the Triffids. But I'm not quite sure if there is a metaphor in there or not, but you'll be aware of it. And many of you have probably never actually been in here, so it's actually quite a good opportunity to have a look and explore. Anyway, thank you once again to the University of London for hosting us today. I hope you have a really fantastic day. I'll be around all day, as will many of the team. Hope to get a chance to talk to lots of you. But at this point, I'd just like to hand over to Professor Wendy Thompson, the University's Vice-Chancellor. Wendy.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. Well, welcome everyone and good morning. We're really delighted to welcome you all here to Senate House. And it's a great honor to host the Centre for London conference this year. You know, the University of London has London right there in full view of everything else that we are and do. So it's ever so appropriate for us to be involved in life in London, and the Centre for London is key. And we're in Beveridge Hall. It was William Beveridge who was the driving force behind the idea of Senate House when he was Vice Chancellor of the University of London back in the early 1930s. I mean, my discipline was in social policy. And I'm from Canada, you know, so we think these sort of great names of the British welfare state are kind of iconic. So to be in a hall that's named after him and in a building that he managed to go to New York and get Rockefeller to largely pay for, which was also probably a good idea, seems to me quite a daily, privilege, really. You do reflect on those heady days, you know, that gave birth to the welfare state and proclaimed in the Beveridge Report after the war. And the building was designed by Charles Holden. Some of you who are architectural aficionados, of whom I imagine there are quite a number in this room, will know Holden was the pioneer architect of function and pure form. And this was actually supposed to house would be the home of all London universities. As it turned out, war intervened, and so it's just this much of it got built. But there is a model upstairs where you can see the ambition was to take over most of London, right from here to Trafalgar Square virtually, and to house all of London's universities. It didn't quite ever get finished. Instead, it became the Ministry of Information, which was sort of home to the, Anti-Misinformation Bureau to combat, some of the disinformation in the war period. I think some people feel we still play that role with some of the institutes that we have here, trying to counter some of the fake news that becomes so rampant in today's media. And perhaps also the London we find ourselves in today is as turbulent as it was 80 years ago. You know, we've again seeing war in Europe, which I think we'd hoped never to see in our lifetimes, the cost of living crisis, a government that's in constant turmoil, and climate change becoming not just an idea, but an ever more visible impact on daily life here in the capital and, of course, around the world. But there's always reasons to be grateful. And if you're in our sort of field of kind of social policy, social programs, you always have to have optimism. And so we can be pleased we don't have COVID restrictions today, and at least we can be together face to face, which is, I think, a great pleasure for the networking that we can do. So we have, as Nick has said, with us here today, many of the great people that make London work. And I think, it's a mixed story about London, living in London, but by and large, I think it does work. While everyone here will have different motives and reasons for coming together, I think we have all a shared commitment to London and to make life here better for the millions of hardworking Londoners who call it their home, as indeed I do. Despite this accent, which I've never managed to shake, I have a long-established connection to London. I was chief executive of the London Borough of Newham, deputy chief of Islington, and I do mean long, because my first job in London was at the Greater London Council. Some of you won't have even remembered that, but anywho, so I consider myself a Londoner, and I really think it's a great place to live and work. So I'm honored to chair the London Anchor Institutions Network, which brings together organizations from across the capital to deliver opportunities for those most impacted initially by the COVID crisis, but I think we have an ongoing role as anchor institutions. This idea of the anchors, is those institutions like the Met, the NHS, Transport for London, who have a significant impact on the city through the money they spend, through the people they serve, and the staff they employ. So the University of London is actually, a key part of that network, and we're delighted to be there. We're the largest UK provider of international distance education. We hold here a National Centre for the Humanities, supported by world-class libraries and institutes, and of course, a proud citizen of London and the world. And we also see ourselves historically as always having a real commitment to social mobility in London and internationally, and really see education making a major contribution for social mobility and life opportunities. We are a federation. Some people have trouble understanding what the University of London is, but we are a federation of 17 of world-class institutions: Queen Mary, King's College, UCL, SOAS, Goldsmiths, Birkbeck, London School of Hygiene. These are all part of the federation of the University of London, and they all play a major role in leveling up London's disadvantaged students and the social and economic recovery of the city. We have together over 190,000 students studying in London, and 50,000 staff. We deliver world-class research, which comes into its own solving some of the big challenges, COVID being one of the most recent ones, but continually facing, really important global challenges, and ones that are really felt here in London. Together, we spend about £5 billion. So this is an example of what an anchor institution is and the potential impact it can make if it focuses its efforts on really strategically addressing the challenges that London faces. And there is a good story to tell about higher education in London. Sometimes, I think these universities are seen for attracting a huge number of international students, which indeed they do, but actually they serve more London students than I think people recognize. And the participation rate of higher education for Londoners is, the last time it was counted was about 63%, which, I think could be even higher. Recent reports suggest it should be 75%, which I would support, but 63 is still better than a lot of the country manages. So we're very pleased for that. And a lot of our courses are quite vocationally oriented. Many of our universities are amongst the top ones delivering what we call graduate outcomes, which is their graduates take on jobs in professional managerial jobs. Over 90% of the students in St. George's, UCL, LSE, University of King's University of London, University of Law, Imperial. If you look at them, the list, there's a lot in London, which is sometimes not the impression you get if you listen to some of the more sensational media accounts of what university education is all about. So we're very pleased to be part of London, and the University of London has recently established the London Research and Policy Partnership, which is a way of brokering really some of these rich research assets which exist across London's universities to engage with some of the big policy challenges that London's civic authorities and communities are facing. I mean, I think if you're not inside a university, sometimes I think they can appear quite impenetrable. Which door do you knock on to find out which answers to which questions? And so I think this brokerage is one way that we're attempting to make that brokering role better. We've also recently launched the University of London Scholar Programme, which will see more than £2 million invested in supporting young people from London to attend London's universities. So this is just some of the small, but I think important ways in which we consider ourselves, the universities in London, to be really civic citizens in this great city. And so we're very pleased to be able to host you here today. And I've looked at the program, as I'm sure you have. It's going to be really exciting opportunities with some really great sessions planned. So I hope you enjoy the day and have a little look around the building if you get a chance. Thank you very much.
Now, I'm absolutely delighted to introduce our fantastic Mayor Sadiq Khan, who has got limited amount of time with us, but he has agreed to spend time to take a couple of questions as well. So point you back at Sli.do. Please, if you've got a question for Sadiq, put it on Sli.do. Mayor Khan.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. For those joining this hybrid conference, you're most welcome. Can I just say I knew that Sli.do wasn't a new rap artist, but was a way to ask questions. So my street cred is still intact. I'm pleased to confirm. Fiona, thank you very much for your speech and for your kind introduction. Fiona, of course, for those that don't know, used to work at the GLA. Nick Bowes, the fantastic Centre for London's Chief Executive, was also my Mayoral Director of Policy for many years. And I've got to say, it's amazing to see how much younger, how much happier, and how much healthier you both look now that you're not working for me. But seriously, I want to thank Fiona and Nick for the years of dedicated public service they gave to our city. It speaks volumes about both of them, that even after moving on from City Hall, they're still working hard to make London a better and fairer place. Let's please show our appreciation to Nick and Fiona for the work they do. I want to pay tribute, as Nick did, to everyone at the Centre for London for the vital thinking, the vital research and policy development you do. I see you as our city's brain trust, but after hearing Wendy, I may think upon you now as our Ministry of Information. And the theme of today's conference couldn't be more relevant. Does London work? The simple answer is, it works very well for some Londoners and not for others. In fact, despite the huge progress we've made, because we continue, in my view, to be held back by central government, what we see in London today is a tale of two cities. A tale of stark differences in the lives of those who share in the success of this city and those who don't. And when I first started thinking about this question, does London work? I was reminded, in fact, of Charles Dickens' famous opening lines in The Tale of Two Cities, and most of us know them by heart, I'm sure. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Look, I'll always love London. This city gave me, a working class boy and the child of immigrants, the opportunities I needed to go from a council estate to being mayor of the greatest city on earth. And I firmly believe that's what London is. It's international and entrepreneurial, fast-paced and forward-thinking, exciting and outward-looking. By so many measures, London does work. The city is the engine that powers the UK economy, making a net contribution of almost £40 billion to the Treasury every year. It's the sporting capital of the world and somewhere that inspires amazing works of art and culture. It's an incredible place to start a new business and to work, shop, visit, and of course study, including at world-leading universities like the one we're in today. Our public transport system run by TfL is rightly envied and admired the planet over. And for people everywhere, London stands tall as a beacon for diversity and inclusion. However, it's precisely because I love London so much and because I want to see this city succeeding that I can't avert my gaze from some uncomfortable truths about our capital, nor downplay the gravity of some of the challenges confronting us. What I call the London promise, the idea that if you work hard, you get a helping hand and you can achieve anything, is under serious threat as economic forces are rapidly eroding any expectation that the next generation will be better off than the last. Faced with the fallout from COVID, the economic upheaval of Brexit, a climate emergency, growing inequality, spiraling rents, and a devastating cost of living crisis, the reality is too many Londoners are struggling to keep their heads above water. We mustn't forget, as the government often does, that London has some of the most deprived communities in the country. It's these Londoners for whom our city is manifestly failing to work. And it's their experiences that explain why the central mission of my mayoralty is to continue building a better London for everyone, a city that is fairer, safer, greener, and more prosperous for all of our communities. To do this, though, we must get our economy firing on all cylinders. This means central government devolving more powers, more funding, and more resources to London, not only so we can ensure our city works for its own communities, but so we can help power the national recovery. You know, we have the most centralized democracy in the Western world, and unlocking the potential of London and our other great towns, cities, and regions, by the way, would aid our country's fortunes, not hinder them. Thankfully, there's now widespread acceptance that what we need is growth, but disagreement over how we achieve it and also to what ends we seek it. In the view of the former Prime Minister, the most recent one, growth could be secured simply by cutting taxes for the very wealthiest, slashing regulations, and removing environmental protections. The resulting economic gains would accrue to those at the top, then trickle down, or so the argument goes. For me, all the evidence shows that that approach wouldn't only fail to deliver growth, but would further contribute to the climate crisis and exacerbate huge economic inequalities, which in turn would only further undermine any prospect of future growth. It's my firm belief that in order to help our communities through this terrible cost of living crisis and to get growth back in the economy, what we need is more devolution, a race to the top, not the bottom, and sustained investment, not swinging cuts. That's why, as mayor, I'm championing the London living wage, which has led to a quadrupling of the number of employers paying the London living wage. We're investing heavily from City Hall in our skills and retraining schemes, in a Green New Deal for London, and in our Anchor Institution programme. All of these initiatives are about creating the high-wage, high-skilled jobs Londoners need and deserve. And they're about promoting good growth, which benefits London's communities, boosts local economies, businesses and supply chains, tackles long-standing inequalities and accelerates our shift to net zero. This is a serious, sustainable, inclusive growth plan, not Singapore on Thames or austerity 2.0. It's one that's designed to make sure our city works for everyone. Over the last 6.5 years, the administration I lead has shown what the London mayoralty can deliver. Record, genuine, affordable house building, with more council homes now being built than any time since the 1970s. Greener and more affordable transport options for millions of Londoners. Cleaner air, with some of the most toxic pollutants cut by half in central London. Incredible infrastructure projects such as the Elizabeth Line, the Northern Line extension, the Barking Riverside extension, the East Bank, and a public health approach to tackling crime, which is yielding meaningful results, bucking the national trend. But now more than ever, with profound economic and environmental challenges, we need central government to step up and support us. For the sake of those Londoners who are bearing the brunt of the cost of living crisis, in the short term, the government must give City Hall the powers to freeze private rents in London for the next 2 years. They also need to increase welfare benefits in line with inflation and roll out free primary school meals for all our children in primary schools. We also need a better Brexit deal, a more flexible approach to immigration so we can access talent, greater funding for green infrastructure, and an end, once and for all, in the divisive anti-London approach of recent years. Because you simply can't level up the country by levelling down London. So my message to the new Prime Minister today is work with us and invest in London. If you want to grow the national economy, level up other regions and raise living standards, not just in London, but across the country. Because the UK only works when London works. And by the way, vice versa too. And let me be clear, I will always be willing to put party politics aside in the best interests of our capital and our country. Look, I'm keen to take questions, so let me end by saying this. I want to see a London that truly works for everyone, and I'll continue to work tirelessly in pursuit of this goal, because I know we're making real progress in the right direction. But it'll be the actions and policies of central government that now determine whether many more Londoners enjoy the best of times or endure the worst of times. With the welfare of London's communities at the forefront of my mind, in the days, weeks, and months to come, I sincerely hope the government chooses the path of wisdom over the path of foolishness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely brilliant to hear. Now we've got some exciting questions. Would you like the most interesting one or the most popular one?
Always popular.
Ah. So the most popular question, and it's really interesting because it's not an area that the Centre for London's involved with much, but clearly it really matters to Londoners. And that question is, are you optimistic that trust can be rebuilt with the Met Police?
I am. I am, based on the evidence I've seen from our new Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, and his interim deputy, Lynn Owens, when I made the tough decision, and it was a decision that was tough, and I was criticised by many, the former Chief Inspector, the former Prime Minister, the former Home Secretary, the former Policing Minister, the former Commissioner, the former Deputy Commissioner. They've got one thing in common, by the way. The reason why it's important for me to take my stance was because trust and confidence had plummeted to record depths in London. And I made clear before I supported the appointment of any new commissioner that we needed a reforming commissioner. And, I think Londoners have been incredibly impressed by how Sir Mark has hit the ground running. I was with him on Friday, the most diverse borough in the country, Newham, and he was leading a community outreach program to encourage Londoners from diverse backgrounds to join our police service. And the point I'd always try to get across is trust and confidence is intrinsically linked to reducing crime. Because if members of the public aren't willing to come forward to report crimes, be witnesses, join the police service, that's a problem. And Sir Mark has summed that up by saying there's got to be more trust, higher standards that lead to less crime. And it's really important we give Sir Mark, Lynn, and his team, our support where we can, because it's in all of our interest, because we're pleased by consent to have trust and confidence improving.
That's really, really good to hear. Now, the question that interested me most and follows on from something you said about London's relationship with the rest of the country, given instability at a national level, is there a space for you to make an alliance with Metro mayors and fill that leadership vacuum?
Yeah, I was with Tracy Brabin last night. I mean, it's really important for, I think, the government to realise that mayors are allies, not adversaries. We just know our communities better than civil servants in Whitehall or politicians in Westminster, whether it's Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester, Tracy Brabin in the west of Yorkshire, Steve Rotherham in Merseyside, Andy Street in West Midlands, or Ben Houchin in Tees Valleys, and there are many other great Metro mayors. I just think, the government's got to realise that by devolving powers, resources and funding, whether it's in skills, whether it's on infrastructure, whether it's in transport, we can make better decisions. And look at democracies around the Western world, from Germany to France to USA to Canada. Their mayors have far more powers than we do. I mean, we get to spend, roughly speaking, 7% of taxes raised in London, New York 50%, Tokyo 70%. I mean, every time I meet a mayor from around the world, I'm green with envy. The point I'd make to my Metro mayor friends around the country is it's not London versus the rest. And sometimes they fall into a government trap of pitting communities against one another, people against one another, and actually, cultures against one another. I think it's really important for us to be allies in relation to helping our communities. And, I meant what I said, just like the country needs London to do well, London needs the country to do well as well. We succeed when they succeed and vice versa.
Fantastic. I'm afraid we've run out of time, but can I ask you all to show our appreciation for Mayor Khan staying to take some questions today, because I think that everyone really appreciated your time. Wonderful. Thank you. Wasn't that brilliant? Really, really good to hear. And to take time for questions was fantastic. Now, I would like to introduce Claire Harding from the Centre for London. And Claire is going to talk to us about a very important piece of work that we have been doing about levelling up. And this is phase 2 of our report into levelling up. So Claire, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona, and thank you everyone for joining us today. Some of you in this room will know, many will know, we've been working on levelling up in London for just under a year now, and we knew from the start that we were going to be talking about levelling up at today's conference. I didn't quite expect it to be like this, but nonetheless, I think there are some really important threads that continue throughout the project, which I'd like to talk about today. Before we get into that discussion, a huge thank you to all of our sponsors for the Levelling Up project, both for your financial support, without which, of course, it wouldn't happen, but also really importantly for your technical support. This has been a huge project which had involved the team having to try to get their heads around everything from exactly how public transport is funded to exactly how house building rules work. So it was great having such a wide range of people involved who were able to support us with that. Now, it's a really hard list to say because it says London in it a lot. which is perhaps quite telling, but I shall have a go. Thank you to the City Bridge Trust, the Corporation of London, Trust for London, the University of London, London Councils, the Greater London Authority, the London boroughs of Brent, Hounslow and Enfield, the South London Partnership, Central London Forward, and last, but by very no means least, you just don't have London in your names, for G15. And as many of those sponsors will know, and indeed many others will know, the bit of the report, the bit which always comes at the start of the report, which is what's going to happen next in this agenda, has now been rewritten 4 times since I wrote it on the 5th of September. But despite all of that kind of short-term political challenge, which I won't talk too much about today, I think a lot of what we want to talk about has really been core since the very start of the project. And to summarise very briefly, we know that we need to talk much more about Londoners living in poverty. We'll be doing that today. One of our concerns at the start of the project was that the lived experiences of low-income Londoners were really being ignored in the political rhetoric about levelling up. We are now probably less concerned about money being transferred from London to other parts of the country. We are more concerned about there being no money. This doesn't make much difference to the people who are really at the sharp end of it, and much more on this later today. And linked to this and linked to what the Mayor was just saying, we're not opposed to levelling up. And the reason we're not opposed to levelling up is we think we can reject this kind of zero-sum economic notion that in order for Liverpool to succeed, then Lewisham has to do badly. I could keep going with these alliterations, I won't. And it's really tempting, I think, particularly for those of us who like to campaign on poverty and who like to talk about need, to kind of get involved in that competition. I believe it's possible not to do it, and I think we've definitely seen some really positive signs of that cooperation over the last year. And I think this argument about needing to work together becomes even stronger at this time of acute national challenge. We really do need to make the best of the resources that we've got, and of course, those resources are all over the country. Many of them are in London, and running them down just doesn't feel like a terribly good idea at the moment. So that's what we think at Centre for, given that you've come to hear us talking about Does London Work today. So I thought it might be interesting to talk about what members of the public think. We were very lucky to do some focus groups over the summer with our research partners at Savanta and Toynbee Hall, so thank you to them as well. Really interesting work. These were done while Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister and before the death of the Queen. So some of the context to that has changed, but I think the kind of fundamental core aspects for me have not. And we were really struck in these focus groups by how similar the views were of people who live in London and people who live in other parts of the country, some of them close to London, some of them much further away. Broadly, people inside and outside London think that London is good because of its diversity. They think it's good because of its opportunity, both in job terms and in kind of cultural and leisure terms, just that there's so much going on. They don't like the crowds, they don't like the cost, and they don't like the pollution. Probably not much to disagree with there, and I think that's a real positive. And both groups very aware of poverty being in London. You know, nobody thought that the streets were paved of gold. And of course, those Londoners who live in poverty were much more aware of that. It is exactly what we'd expect. But we certainly didn't get this impression given to us that people outside of our city think that everybody inside it is immensely wealthy. Unsurprisingly, perhaps, there wasn't a great deal of trust in the levelling up agenda. People weren't opposed to it so much as sceptical about it. They didn't tend to think it was going to happen, which is, again, perhaps not surprising. It was a funny summer of politics. And also, I think, challenging for those of us who like to advocate for London and advocate for London's role. People didn't really buy the argument that London's economic success is central to the rest of the UK's economic success. They didn't really buy this global city argument. We buy it, so perhaps that means we need to be communicating it a bit better. But I want to end on a positive point, because as Wendy said, we need to find them in these difficult times, albeit perhaps a slightly odd one. It's a sort of dog that didn't bark, but positive point, to go to a very old school Sherlock Holmes reference, which is that we really didn't find much anti-London sentiment. At the start of my career, around 2010, I spent an awful lot of time standing on street corners and sitting in community halls in various parts of the country, most of which were relatively deprived at that time, and we got a lot of people not liking London, sometimes expressed as not liking me, which was fair enough. People saying, oh, you know, they're not like us in various ways. And when we were in London, when we were in outer London, we got quite a lot of dislike and antagonism against inner London. And I was really surprised that we found very little of this in this wave of focus groups over the summer. Because we've spoken already today about how politicians like to use this divisive rhetoric about our city sometimes. It seems the public aren't really buying it. I think there are some really fascinating questions we could ask about why that is and why that change seems to have been happening. But I could always talk about qualitative research all day. You probably don't want me to talk about qualitative research all day because we've got some absolutely brilliant sessions for you coming up. And we've got an excellent panel coming up to look into some of these questions in more detail with Antonia. So I shall end by saying, please do have a look at our Phase 2 report on London's contribution to the rest of the UK, which is coming at the very end of this month. We hope that for those of you who advocate for London and who speak for London, it helps you to do that. We hope that you may be able to support some of the arguments that we make and that you find it useful. And for now, all that remains is for me to say is thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your sessions. Thank you, Fiona.
Well, it said on my brief I was to keep the energy levels in the room high, but I think, Claire, you did it. Well done. Really good stuff. Now, we have our first panel of the morning, which is following on from what we've been talking about with the Mayor, what Claire has been talking about, which is about redefining London's role in the UK. And I'd like to invite Antonia Jennings from the Centre for Local Economic Strategies to come to the stage, and she will then invite her panel. I was looking the wrong way.
Is this on? Yes, great. Hi everyone, good morning and welcome to our first panel session of the day. It's really, really great to see so many of you here. As Claire mentioned, my name is Antonia Jennings and I'm one of the Associate Directors at the Centre for Local Economic Strategies, also known as CLES. So this panel is all about redefining London's role for the UK. So we're going to be thinking about what the narrative actually is surrounding London, perhaps how we can challenge any misconceptions surrounding that narrative, but also really unpacking what London does contribute to the UK, and also particularly in the context of levelling up, whether London's economic model is one to aspire to. So just before I introduce the panel, I just wanted to remind everyone about the Sli.do. I really encourage you to submit questions, and also submit questions where possible with your name as opposed to anonymously, so that we can get a good spread of questions from those of you in the room and also those of you online. So this morning I'm delighted to be joined by Rob Heasman, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Earls Court Development Company. Also joining us on the panel this morning is Dr. Shampa Roy Mukherjee, who is Associate Professor in Economics and Director of Impact and Innovation at the Royal Dock School of Business and Law in University of East London. Also joining us on the panel is Helen Bailey, who is the Chief Exec of the Royal Borough of Sutton. And last but not least, Councillor Elizabeth Campbell, who is Leader of the Council within the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, and Executive Member for Business, Economy and Culture at London Councils. Fantastic. So I just wanted to open with a general question for the panel around what role London actually plays in supporting the UK's economic success, and also within that, whether London will always have a unique role within the UK, or perhaps other cities may be able to bring the same kind of value. Who would like to come in? Shampa, yes.
Hello. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to come and speak at this panel. So London's role, I can roll off some very stunning figures here. London attracts around about 40% of FDI. that comes into the country. It has a population of 8.9 million, which is greater than Scotland and Wales put together. It has a very diverse, multicultural, global population, and it contributes to a fourth of output in the UK, and it is number 8 in Europe in terms of largest cities in terms of economic output. So bigger than countries like Austria, Norway, etc. So it's very, very impressive. It is the standard that a lot of the other cities and regions in the UK aspire to. As the Mayor has suggested, when London grows, UK grows. And there is no doubt that it is the economic powerhouse of the UK. And so I think the whole levelling up agenda is something that definitely should happen, because other cities, regions, and countries around, boroughs around the UK should aspire to or be the same as London. But saying that, there is a tremendous amount of disparity. 20% of Londoners don't receive the London living wage. There's a lot of health inequalities, income inequalities, housing shortages. The University of East London is based in one of the most deprived areas of London, and we are very proud to be an anchor institution there, and create a talent line, a pipeline of talent within the region. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, please.
Yeah, can I just add to that? Yes, I mean, we do get about a third to 40% of direct foreign investment here. But the point is, it then goes on to help everyone else in the rest of the UK. And it's true to say that 1 in every 13 overseas companies who invest in London then go on to invest elsewhere in the UK. And you can take an example. I mean, think of the film industry or something. I mean, it's absolutely extraordinary, the burgeoning of the film industry, and it's really become because, think of the creative arts that we have in London with all the theatres, exhibitions, art galleries, etc. And a lot of the people who've worked there gone on into the film industry, but then it's in turn been supported by the legal and financial professional services in London. So I'd like to say 2 things. Yeah, yes, we are a global city, and how great that is, because things come through London and then go elsewhere to support the rest of the country.
Can I
Yes,
agree with that? It's working. Yeah, so I remember years ago when I worked in the Treasury, we always understood that London was 25% of the GVA of the UK and the only region that was a major net contributor. Now we're at a pivotal point. We've had 3 big economic shocks, one of which we thought about when we talked about levelling up for the first time, Brexit. The other 2 we didn't think about, COVID and the big war we've got in Ukraine at the moment. They're changing our economy, and at the same time the world we're living in is changing. So it feels to me that the really important bit about the levelling up conversation is the up, not the down.
Yeah.
And it's really important that if the UK economy is to survive, London has to grow. In my borough, we've got a huge life sciences campus and a huge potential to grow that. I don't want that to be in competition with other boroughs or other parts of the country. I want us to be able to use fabulous transport connections for the scientists who fly into Gatwick or Heathrow to be able to jump on the train and go to Cambridge or Manchester or wherever else they need to go, to work across the UK. But if we cut London out of the equation, we cut off our nose to spite our economic face, if that metaphor works.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with everything that's been said, but I guess maybe just to follow up with a bit of a challenge to some of that narrative around aspiration and, and London's importance. And I will couch this question by saying that, I love London and I'm a Londoner. But the reality is, within levelling up, we're not quite sure, and within the white paper it wasn't very clear exactly what a levelled up area would look like completely. There was a suggestion that levelling up would mean growing the pie everywhere for everyone. And obviously, as London has the lion's share of that metaphorical pie, it could be assumed that we are trying to level up regions across the UK to something along the lines of the contours of London's economic model. But in the same breath, if you look at most of the metrics of deprivation, health inequality, child poverty, etc., London comes out worse. So I guess my follow-up question is London's economic model one to wholly aspire to?
Shall I come straight back on
Yes.
that, because you picked up from me? So I'm not sure what London's economic model is, given those economic shocks we're talking about. So it feels like there's an opportunity to create one. And I think what's unique about London's challenge about deprivation is what I used to talk about as the cheek by jowl-ness of it. So that you have, I remember, 20 years ago, I worked in the London Borough, and we had a statistic that told us in one ward, the average life expectancy of men and women was over 10 years difference. It wasn't, but the statistics about the wealth and poverty in just that very small area were so out of kilter that when you averaged them over 10,000 people, and that's all it was, you ended up with a statistic like that. And that tells you that we have some extraordinarily deprived people living next door to some extraordinarily wealthy people. There is both opportunity in that as well as problems to be solved. And the great challenge that you're posing us, which is the one that those of us in public policy have been grappling with, certainly all my career, which is, do you level up areas or do you level up people? I shall let other people weigh in on that one before me.
Can I come in?
Yes, absolutely.
I think London's model is definitely one that works, but I think in the government's Levelling Up white paper, it mentions kind of 6 pillars of levelling up, and I think they're quite interesting in themselves. They talk about investment in 6 types of capital: physical, human, intangible, social, and institutional, and financial, of course. And I think that is London kind of reflects the agglomeration of all these kind of investments, and therefore is able to attract and retain talent and grow. What I think is interesting is that this one size fits all kind of notion of these 6 pillars, and I think this is where the whole concept of devolution and localization, or localism rather, comes in, and no labour market is the same, and I think the local governments are much more better, much more informed, and can put forward much more coherent and up-to-scale policies that fit their regions for growth.
Yeah. Yes,
Can I
please.
just say something? I think everyone in this room would agree with levelling up, but we probably think also about levelling up within regions, not just between regions. And if you look at some of the data on London, you find that we have almost 1 million people in London on universal credit. Well, that's the size of Birmingham, the absolute numbers. If you look at our homelessness stats, because as the mayor was saying, rent's very high. Last week in London, if you were looking for a 3-bedroom flat and you were on housing benefit, there wasn't one available in the whole of London. It's absolutely extraordinary that this housing cost and the amount of people we have who are homeless in London is the same size as Oxford. So let's also look at levelling up within London as well as levelling up between London and the rest of the country.
Yeah, absolutely. Rob, I wanted to bring you in and move the conversation onto public money being spent on infrastructure projects, which I think perhaps feeds into some of the resentment towards London felt sort of across the country. You're obviously leading a huge development at Earls Court, following redevelopment of other neighbourhoods in London, such as King's Cross, Battersea Power Station, Canary Wharf. And many of these big schemes have seen a lot of public money spent on infrastructure. How do you think London should better explain why this is a good thing for the country as a whole?
So I think, can everyone hear this? It's on? Yeah. So I think, those are all big projects, and I kind of think, what have they got in common, or what did they have in common? And I think dereliction is one of the things that they had in common, and of course dereliction isn't good for any city, particularly when they're located in some of the landing points of this fantastic country. You know, King's Cross, obviously, I don't know how many million people a year travel through King's Cross or walk through it now, but it's probably up there between 50 and 80 million people. It's obviously a landing point in the UK from continental Europe. Its role is much, much bigger than just the King's Cross site, and I am old enough to remember and actually enjoy some of what went on at the King's Cross and some of the nightclubs. I won't go into that. But it's much better now. I think no one can argue with that. This is a small country, and the Mayor talked about being allies. You know, if you look at the size of the UK, and you look at how quick it is to get between cities, and how it should be even quicker in the future, there's opportunities. And then obviously this is a hybrid conference. There are people contributing to this conference who are not in London. So I think, you know, the city is changing, but the way we are also working and living is changing. Same with Battersea. Obviously a lot's been written about it in the last few weeks because of the opening of the actual power station itself, but 30, 40 years derelict. Earls Court is very similar. Earls Court has been derelict for, it'll be 10 years very soon. These big projects take a lot to get going. They need to contribute to the UK PLC. In a way, Earls Court drew crowds from across the globe and the nation. Our intent is, you know, we see these startling statistics locally, and it is very, very prevalent. Anyone that does master plans and does them well should look very locally and understand the drumbeat of the local area, but also have a long-term vision and understand what is the purpose for being here and what is this going to contribute to the UK economy, as well as the London economy and all the local factors as well. So I think all those projects, and I think Stratford is probably one that shouldn't go unmentioned, you know, now that 20 years on and we can see Olympic legacy. I don't know, I never had a role in that project, but I certainly admire it from where I am, and I go there as often as possible. I look at Canary Wharf and think, would the Olympics and the Olympic legacy have happened in this country if Canary Wharf and the investment in infrastructure in Canary Wharf hadn't happened? And I think we have to look much wider than what's in front of us, and all these big mega projects ultimately get delivered over decades. And the danger, I think, is that we completely undershoot the role and the significance of London for the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, yeah, you touched on perhaps collaboration between London and other cities in the UK, which I think, you know, has to be a key part of moving forward with this agenda. So I just wanted to bring you in, Helen. So obviously you run a local authority, and a lot of fingers are pointed at the fact that London has a higher public spending than in other regions in the UK. So I guess my question is, how do you justify that when challenged by your peers? And also, how do we avoid fights or competition over resources?
Well, I think it's really important that we do. When you look at those figures about public spending in London, I think the previous question was pertinent. If you take out the capital spend, actually the spend per head is nothing like as different. In fact, and depending on how you divide it, it's often lower in London than it is in other parts of the country. And the need, as I say, is often much greater. I think the tendency to pitch bits of the country against each other is really unhelpful, because even within London there are disparities. So quite a lot of what Rob was saying was about public transport and connectedness. In outer South London, where I'm now working, we don't have some of those modern forms of public transport. We don't have a tram, we don't have access to the underground. So whereas I, as an inner Londoner, or somebody who's lived in inner London for a long time, expect to be able to pick up a bus within 2 minutes and a tube within 2 or 3, and I'm frustrated if I'm waiting there, that isn't the daily experience for a lot of the people who live in my borough at the moment, despite the fact they're Londoners. So actually we've got to kind of, you know, level up within London as well as level up between London and other places.
Yeah, absolutely. Did anyone else want to come in on that? Question around collaboration, perhaps across local government between London and other regions in the UK, and also competition over public spending. Yeah,
well, certainly London Councils is trying to collaborate more closely with other cities in the UK. And actually, we've got quite a lot to learn from them. Let's not think this is all one-way traffic. Rob and I were on a platform a few weeks ago about Opportunity London, because we figure that there may not be a huge amount of money sloshing around from government coming our way, and we need to really think about what infrastructure projects what we have in London that we can finance differently, that we can get private investment coming in. And I think Manchester and Birmingham have got a lot to teach us on that. If you look at what we're doing about green finance, again, we're talking with our 3CI to cities right across the UK, because we're all facing the same issues. How do we get to net zero, and how do we finance that? And London will have a few of the answers to that.
And if I can add to that, some of the investors coming into the UK to spend money wherever will necessarily come in through London. I mean, anybody who's bored, do the thought experiment of looking at the flight arrivals and departures from any airport outside London. And they're mostly not the big international business destinations. So most of the people bringing new investment into the UK will be coming in through London. Better connections between London and other cities helps the UK economy as a whole, even if that's not always a palatable truth for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that point about London learning from other regions is particularly pertinent. Perhaps in large part when we think about the fact that in London, as we've touched on, we have a crisis of poor work within this city. So Shampa, I wanted to bring you in and your work on this area. So the government obviously has an aim that everybody should access well-paid and secure jobs wherever they live, and they should not have to move elsewhere for work. And also within that aspiration, there's an aspiration to have a globally successful city within every region. Do you think that's realistic?
Absolutely. I definitely, I think what I said earlier about investing in capital, in people, in businesses, in creating that talent pipeline, in collaborations, is absolutely vital, because I think when we talk about levelling up, what we want is to see that across the UK, and not sort of the imbalance that we currently have. And just to mention that, when we look at the labour markets and the causes of unemployment in different regions in the UK, they're very different. Youth unemployment in London, the causes and the sort of the fixes for that is totally different to the causes or the long-term structural unemployment that you find elsewhere, particularly in the northern cities. And I think we definitely need a very strong policy, local government capacity, capability, understanding, information, incentive, and motivation for that to happen. It's not. Yes, I mean, London is it attracts and retains a lot of talent, but it will not be sustainable unless other parts of the UK we're able to raise or level up those areas as well, because there's just not enough to go around. So all areas, all regions, and even within regions is what we need to focus on and develop. So to answer your question, it is feasible, it is long-term. It's not a string of short-term initiatives, shiny initiatives. It is something that has to have scale, it has to be comprehensive, has to have proper oversight, and has to have a lot of local government and local council involvement in the process. It can't be centrally run.
And amen to local government and local council involvement in that. And I think knowing our areas and trying to muster the resources and get the attention for what we can do to stimulate that is part of our challenge in local government. I'll give you two interesting statistics, neither of which I think, well, maybe the second will surprise you. I mean, London is very much constructed on a hub and spoke model. So for us in outer South London, those who travelled into, this is pre-pandemic, those who travelled into central London to work, were earning well above the national and even the London average. Those who worked locally were earning well below the London average and struggling to make ends meet. Post-COVID, or in the immediate aftermath of COVID, we have seen a 74% increase in universal credit claimants in outer South London without seeing a corresponding increase in unemployment, which I don't know exactly what that tells you, but what that starts to tell me is about an increase in insecure, poorly paid jobs, in different kinds of work, in insecurity, and a question about whether or not we return to that hub and spoke model, or whether we manage to create something much more sustainable and local, which surely has to be a greener economy of the sort that we might all aspire to.
Did you want to come back?
Yeah, just one more point that I wanted to absolutely highlight is the in terms of local involvement. We, as I said, UEL is an anchor institute in East London, and we very much campaign for the London living wage within the Royal Docks Borough of Newham, and it is the insights and the information, the data of the kind of lived experiences of people that we have locally. I don't think that that can be had sort of at a central level. So it is very important that at a local level, people, not just councils, but in universities, schools, FE colleges, the whole range of public services get involved in the development of that area.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I couldn't agree more. We've got just over 10 minutes left, so I'll move to the Q&A in a moment. But Rob, I just wanted to bring you back in. A lot of the discussion just now has been about how we can better use existing assets within communities, within local economies, to better serve, the people that live there. And I guess just returning back to this point around public investment and infrastructure, I'm wondering, what do you think more needs to be done to make sure that big pieces of external investment that come into local economies better serve the communities to which they arrive? So I'm thinking perhaps in terms of procurement practices, social value, contracting, local suppliers, etc.
Yeah, I think ultimately that's the key. I think in terms of you mentioned the first question about public sector investment. Private sector investment is actually doing a lot, and the model in this country is that the private sector needs to stump up. My investors largely it's overseas capital, which is good because they're absolutely bought into the future of Earl's Court. They absolutely know the brand equity of the place and what we're trying to do. From our perspective, though, we know we can't be successful until we can demonstrate that local benefits are deriving from what we're doing. So that's what I meant when I was talking about, looking locally, but absolutely thinking of the role of these mega projects serving the capital, but also playing a role nationally as well. We've started to kind of measure our social value. We've obviously got a big derelict site, which in one way is quite useful because we can do lots of meanwhile use programs, which we've been doing over the last 2 years. In fact, it was Elizabeth who said to me about 6 weeks into the job, can't we just get some fun on site? I don't know if you remember those words, but this was in lockdown and I was on a screen and I think we'd never met. But actually, from our perspective, I kind of got that. I really got that, and it really kind of inspired us as a team to say, okay, what could we do? And we took quite a bit of risk, and we put in play a strategy which was, I think it was opening on the 19th of July 21, which was a festival, the London Wonderground on site. A site which obviously had been empty and closed off for 7-8 years since demolition of the exhibition centres. And it was the first thing we'd done since we'd bought the site. I think the government's kind of road to lockdown, which we were tentatively looking at, was that 15th of July was when you could go and do things. So we kind of took the risk and said, we're going to have to do something. And fortunately, over a 14-week period, we had 114,000 people on site, free to enter, lots of different cultural events, temporary theatres on site. things for children to do, a city beach at a time where people weren't going abroad. So there is a lot that can be done. And then the operator that we used, Underbelly, were great because they did a lot of kind of training programs in performing arts kind of locally. So it very much drew people in thinking, okay, well, there is something here for everyone. And now that's a start. And all these big projects, again, if they take 20 years to build out completely, I think the key is making sure that benefits are derived from year one. You don't have to wait till year 5 and year 10 because people just lose energy and lose interest. So I think that's the key. We're at the start. The next year ahead of us is 2023. By the back end, we want to have our master plan submitted, which is an absolutely fresh start. It's probably one of 2 or 3 big master plans that are going to come forward in London in a post-pandemic era. And that in itself has taken, big international investment. We're going to have phase 1 come forward with that as well, which is about 1/3 of the site. So the appetite is there. And I think I agree with what everyone has said in terms of not levelling down. I think that's the key, that the stats are startling and they're right in front of us.
Absolutely. Great. So I'm going to take a couple of questions from the audience. The most popular one by quite a long way is from Anonymous. They're actually all from Anonymous, so no one submitted their name. So it reads, what good is being an economic powerhouse if so many people are working in poverty? If so many working people are in poverty, should redistributing wealth be a priority for the city, and how would we do it? So Elizabeth, I might turn to you first on that, just because within Kensington and Chelsea,
Yes.
A lot of the deep problems that you face are slightly glossed over in terms of the narrative of the borough.
Yeah, and actually it's quite difficult for local councils. So if you look at our borough, we're probably one of the most, probably are the most unequal in London. But as you say, that masks the fact that 5 of our northern wards are probably, are amongst the most deprived in the whole of the United Kingdom. But as a council, we're not that much wealthier. So what we have been able to do is have a sort of a rebate for people who find it difficult to pay council tax. We give 22 million to our local charities because we think that they probably can deliver in many instances better than we can. But above and beyond things like that, and running really excellent services, so our children's services is best in the country, our adult social care is very good. It's difficult to redistribute tax because we can only put up local taxes by 2%. So great, we can do that, but beyond that, our hands are tied. As the Mayor said, it's a very centralised government.
Absolutely. Does anyone else like to come in on the question of redistribution within London?
Yeah, I really think it's the youth, skilling up the youth unemployment, addressing these issues of health inequalities, addressing the issues of educational attainment, of pay and productivity. It's those are the root causes of inequality, and yes, redistribution will help, but it's a short-term fix. What we need really is to give a longer-term sustainable solution by addressing the issues that I've just spoken about.
And I think it's a beautifully put together question, and I'd like to congratulate Anonymous. But you also have to think about the counterfactual, don't you? Not generating economic wealth isn't going to help us help the poorest people in our community, so we have to carry on doing that. And then we're having a conversation about redistribution. And I completely agree with Elizabeth. The tools that we have as local councils to do that are actually quite limited, and we fear they're about to become more so. So there is then a question about where you access those resources, how you also persuade the private sector, and maybe we should look at Rob a bit, that some of the things that you were talking about earlier on, investing in social capital, encouraging local apprenticeships, encouraging people to take advantage of some of those things that are available to them, but actually which communities don't always see in front of them and don't always feel are there for them, is a small part of it. It's only a small part of it. And I think, we do have, as others have said, one of the most top-down centralised bureaucracies in the world. So how do we get that to be a more locally responsive democracy and bureaucracy? That's quite a hard challenge.
Yeah, can I just come in again?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, as Helen said, part of our thing as councils now is we're looking at how do we attract inward investment, you know, how do we make ourselves more business friendly, how do we have a sort of public realm in central London where visitors want to come to, because if not, they'll be buying everything on the internet. We want them actually to come into London to spend their money. That's a huge thing. And then also to your point about, for example, what Rob's doing in Earls Court, part of which happens to be in my borough, they're doing a fantastic job. And we're working with them very closely to say, well, okay, if you're going to come in, what jobs are there? What training is there? What other things can you do? Because we are all in this together. And if we're lucky enough to have people who want to come and build up different parts of our cities, we also need to think as well how they can contribute. And most are really, you know, like Rob, really happy to do so. It's just matching the data with the intent.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I completely agree with that. And I think there's also perhaps scope to expand the conversations around what economic success actually is. You know, growth does play a role, but for example, in the borough of Newham, they've recently reprioritised kind of how council initiatives are valued, and now they are valued in terms of, you know, alongside growth and GVA and all of the more traditional metrics, they're also valued in terms of their effect on well-being and happiness, for example, within the area. So I think potentially there's scope to broaden it out in that way too. So we've probably got time for another question. The next most popular one was on levelling up, but we have spoken about that a fair amount. So I'm going to jump to the question on public services, because I think this is very interesting, and particularly kind of in light of movements in Westminster is going to become more and more of a hot topic. So the question is, do London public services now need to target their services at those who need it in London rather than offering a standard service for all? So I think the question is essentially, do we need to means test for public services rather than offering a universal service?
Well, I'd say that's I'll start. That's interesting, because actually if you look at, say, children's services, it's targeted anyway. You have a very small universal service, don't you? I'm looking at Helen here, but otherwise we target massively. You know, you first triage, you see if a child's in need, you then put in help to the family, you try and help, wrap around help, try it with education, and only then would you carry on. And the same with children with disabilities, etc. It's not everyone, not every child has different disabilities. So quite a lot of our services are highly targeted. If you're thinking about the other universal services like rubbish, or I think you'd be finding it very difficult to withdraw any of those.
Yeah, I think what we need is not more means testing, please. Means testing is often hugely expensive, and surely to goodness, what we've learned, if we learned anything in COVID, is the importance of persuading people to take up the things that are there for them.
Yes.
You know, the conversations we all had about communities and people who didn't want to come forward to be vaccinated, who didn't trust that this was something that was beneficial. And that we talked a lot about the lower income groups who were affected by that, but actually that's across the population. We need to be thinking and listening to people about the services that they need and want. That doesn't mean that there aren't some things that will always be targeted, and we're all forced to do more and more targeting as resources become tighter and tighter. But that doesn't always lead to efficient distribution, and it doesn't always lead to good take-up. And I think that when you come to other things, like, for instance, public transport, again, it's a big issue for us in outer London, you want people to be incentivised to want to use it, not to think that it is what you do if you can't afford a car, because actually that meets our green objectives, it creates road space, it does all of the things that we've all known about in central London for a very long time. And therefore, if you make it just something for people who can't, who can't travel in any other way, then you start to destroy the point of it. And I think that's true when you get into most of our services. Things like schools, we don't want to be segregating. We don't want to be saying, well, actually, we must target our resources only on some children, and we want them to stick out like sore thumbs. And for those of us who've been around a long time, we can remember the days when kids put up their hands if they were entitled to free school meals, and the whole class turned around and looked at them. That is not the world we want to be in. At least I don't think it is in the 21st century.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And particularly, I mean, we haven't touched on it that much, but I think I couldn't agree more with your point around the just transition. Frankly, there is no just transition without good quality public services, I don't think. And we need to be, as part of that, aiming for public luxury, private sufficiency. And in London, we're better to do that and lead the way nationally. We are out of time, so I will leave it there, and thank you again for listening, and thank you to our speakers, Rob Heisman, Dr. Shampa Roy Mukherjee, Helen Bailey, and Councillor Elizabeth Campbell. Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant, really fantastic panel. Thank you all, thank you so much. Now, we are running a little bit late, but it is time for tea, coffee, and anything else you need to do during the break. We have got the Minister for London next at 11:20, so could I please ask that everybody is back promptly? There's a lot going on in government, and he's giving up some very, very precious time for us. Thank you. all for coming back so promptly from the coffee break. That really, really helps. Now, I'm absolutely delighted to say that we have got our other Mr. London here today, who is the fantastic Minister for London, who is, in government terms, is quite a long-term appointment, which we as Londoners absolutely appreciate, because that continuity in a time of uncertainty is just so, so vital. So can I welcome on stage Paul Scully, our Minister for London. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. And yes, if my phone starts ringing, it's not because I've moved. There is stability in government. There's stability that we now need to make sure really permeates right the way across London. This is a really pivotal moment for London and the rest of the country as well. But can I just thank, first of all, the University of London, but also the Centre for London for putting on such an impressive conference in this great venue with stellar speakers right the way across local government, across business, academia, and indeed the third sector. It's a real pleasure to be speaking with you today as the new Minister for Tech and Digital Economy with my new department. So I think some things have changed. That's culture, media and sport and digital. But also, as you've heard, with my old and a very familiar now hat on as the Minister for London. It's a portfolio that I'm really delighted to retain, and it's so essential that we remain with London right at the heart of government. Sense checking everything that we're doing in Westminster and Whitehall with a London hat on to make sure that you are getting your voices across, both at the borough level, at the mayoral and city hall level, but indeed as businesses and other stakeholders as well. But everybody knows that knows that London's story is an exceptional one. Exceptional in shaping the open, tolerant, liberal democracy that the UK is today. And exceptional, if not unrivaled, in the cultural contribution to the nation as well. It's a city that caters for every taste. For some people, when they hear the words London and culture, it might immediately bring to mind the Shakespeare at the Globe, or it might make you think of the Royal Albert Hall or the Old Vic. And on top of these iconic venues, this city boasts nearly 200 museums, over 1,000 live music venues, and perhaps most importantly of all, especially one of my previous roles as Minister for Hospitality, around over 4,000 pubs. That's not one too many, frankly. And we know that London is among the financial and tech capitals of the world. It is indeed, in my view, the financial and tech capital of the world. The square mile alone accounts for more than £40 billion of economic output. And London tech firms are on course for a record year of VC investment this year. And despite all the turbulence in global markets over the last few years, London continues to top a number of international rankings for competitiveness, frequently appearing as the best place in which to invest and do business. And we know that when you look at London, it is an ecosystem. I've talked about theatres, I've talked about pubs, talked about museums, talked about the cultural offering, the business offering. And you have loads and loads of top hotels near here. And I always say that you do not go and sleep in a hotel around London just to sleep in another bed. You come to London, to the hotels, because of what it has to offer. And so that ecosystem is so, so important that we protect and indeed develop. But much of that ecosystem, much of the city's success is testament to the people that we have in this very room today. Now, how the government supports you in the weeks and the months ahead to keep London growing, to keep it evolving and innovating is what I want to speak to you about briefly today. Because on top of everything else, one of the things that makes London such a remarkable place is the strength of commitment from its local leaders. It's a commitment that's embodied by the brilliant work of the London Recovery Board, which has brought together chief execs of council leaders, trade unions, charities, academics and other public bodies to spur this city's long-term recovery from COVID. And I'm looking forward to continuing that work with the board over the coming months to make sure our capital continues to thrive. I know that borough leaders in particular have faced their fair share of challenges in recent years, but they've also responded brilliantly at every call. They've strengthened this city's proud reputation as a refuge for those fleeing war and persecution. And I'd like to thank all of you in this room who have played such a pivotal role in supporting those fleeing hardship or persecution, whether that's from Hong Kong, or Afghanistan, or more recently, Ukraine. And at the same time, I know that councils have been on the front line in helping residents struggling with the cost of living, especially the elderly and vulnerable. I know I speak on behalf of all my ministerial colleagues in thanking London leaders for their incredible efforts. I was, over the summer, again, I'm just rattling through some of my previous duties. As a local government minister over the summer, I was speaking to a number of the leaders in this room, saying what more we can do to get that support out for the cost of living issue in terms of the council tax rebates. And what councils have done, first with COVID and then with this, these extra pressures, when you as councils are denuded by people themselves being ill, by the extra duties, have risen to that challenge hugely impressively, in an impressive way. But I'm glad that our energy price guarantees ensures that a typical household pays on average no more than £2,500 a year on their energy bill until next April. And we've also bought the £400 energy bills support scheme, which most people will have started seeing coming through their energy bills now forward, plus £1,200 of targeted support for those who are especially hard up. But of course, it's not just individuals who are struggling with their energy bills, it's businesses and public sector organisations too. And that's why our energy bill relief scheme will reduce wholesale gas and electricity prices for all UK businesses, charities and the public sector. That means real relief for organisations here in London which are faced with rising energy costs. Now, beyond energy bills, I don't underestimate for a second the financial pressure that councils are under, not just in the capital, but across the country. And the government is determined to support them through these challenging times. The last local government finance settlement made £54.1 billion available for councils in England. That's £3.7 billion more than last year, and the largest cash terms increase in grant funding for over a decade. But of course, there's no hiding from the fact that inflation forecasts are now much higher than they were at that last spending review. And I know my old department in DLUC is working closely with the local government sector to understand the increased cost and demand pressures they're facing and how we can help alleviate them. I'm glad one of the last things I was able to do there in that department was to ensure £500 million being transferred from the NHS budget to local authorities to help with that biggest discretionary spend that you all face, adult social services, and indeed making sure that children's social services and support works alongside that as well, because often that transition between the two is such a key area and a risk of people falling between the cracks as they move from childhood into adulthood and making sure that support remains with them. But the government's intention is to publish the new provisional settlement as soon as we can this winter, so that councils have the certainty that they need to really plan ahead, invest in their services, and work with us on our shared mission of levelling up. Because you and I know that although London is often described as a city of towns, the reality is it's more of a city of villages with pockets of affluence and pockets of deprivation that often coexist with just a few hundred metres apart from each other. And that's made crystal clear in many of the centre of London's recent reports, including the June publication of Levelling Up in London. It rightly made the point that London is in some ways akin to Disraeli's Two Nations. Kensington and Chelsea, for example, has one of the highest average incomes in England, but it's also home to some of the country's most deprived neighbourhoods. 9 out of 10 local authorities in England with the highest rates of child poverty are here in the capital. And again, as the Centre of London's analysis shows, when you take into account housing costs, the median income in the city actually sits below the average of Scotland, the east of England, and the southeast. Now, tackling these issues head-on is a key focus for this government, and we've already made a series of targeted interventions to do so. Through our Levelling Up Fund, we've invested £65 million in 6 major job-creating projects across the capital. In Tower Hamlets, this money is being used to regenerate an area that really suffered from crime, antisocial behaviour and air pollution over the years. It'll see Whitechapel Road transformed to support local businesses, and whilst making the area greener, safer, and more accessible for all. In Newham, where nearly half the residents are living poverty, the Levelling Up Fund is investing in some exceptionally worthwhile projects, including a new Connection to Opportunities programme. This will transform training and education and employment opportunities in the borough through a partnership with world-leading businesses and institutions in Stratford and the Royal Docks. And just yesterday, the World Heartbeat Music Academy in Wandsworth opened. I was really pleased to visit them. It's a new music education centre and concert venue in Nine Elms, thanks to support from our Levelling Up Fund. It's the first Levelling Up Fund project to open in the country. And that new space will benefit thousands of young people, many from disadvantaged backgrounds, while helping Wandsworth become an arts and cultural destination in its own right. With a new community building up after the Battersea Power Station development in Nine Elms, all the regeneration in Nine Elms, it just shows how the new community and the old, often more vulnerable community can live cheek by jowl and really grab both opportunities together. But all of this comes on the back of major investments around the city to boost productivity and pay and jobs and living standards. With over £18 billion invested in Crossrail alone, improving connectivity across London via the Elizabeth line, alongside £1 billion from the Public Works Loan Board to extend the Northern line to Battersea. And over £168 million of government funding for the East Bank development to bring world-class cultural institutions such as the BBC, the V&A and the UCL to the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park, delivering on that Olympic legacy to transform this part of East London. These are the kind of transformative projects and tangible improvements to infrastructure which hold the key to instilling local pride while also laying the foundations for London's long-term economic recovery. But you and I know that government investment, however great, can only go so far. We also have to empower local leaders who know their areas best to tackle poverty, economic disparity, to help local businesses flourish and to find local solutions to local problems. And that was a central theme to our Levelling Up white paper early on this year. And it's one that I know my recently reappointed colleague, Michael Gove, the Levelling Up Secretary, believes in really strongly. I'll be the first person to admit that central government doesn't always have all of the answers. And ultimately, Levelling Up is a collective endeavour. Success in meeting the challenges facing London today will rely on the input, the buy-in, and the partnership of everybody in this room. So that's what the future holds. A reinvigorated government ready and raring to roll up its sleeves and put in the hard graft with local leaders so that communities right the way across London feel the full benefits of the Levelling Up agenda. Because all too often, Levelling Up is misconstrued as a mission to pull investment, jobs and growth away from London to other parts of the country. I know you had the panel discussion. Be interested to find out more about your panel discussion about the language of partnership, London and the rest of the country. Because pulling investment, jobs and local growth away from London could not be further from the truth of what we're trying to aim for. When London does well, the rest of the UK does well too. Just take the redevelopment of Battersea Power Station, as I mentioned earlier on today, as an example. I had the pleasure of going to the opening and seeing the London landmark in person recently, having seen it. It was the last visit I did just in lockdown when it's still a very early building site. So it's amazing to see that £9 billion of investment just really benefit the country as a whole. It's provided a continuous cycle of success. Much of that investment, that £9 billion, has come from overseas, but it's very much been a London regeneration project, but it's been a UK Levelling Up local project for so many areas around the country as well. 1.8 million bricks were procured from the original brick suppliers in Gloucestershire and Shropshire. The equivalent of 3 Eiffel Towers worth of steel were procured from the north of England. In all, 72 places around the UK benefited from the procurement of materials to support the restoration of this London landmark. And that's just one of hundreds of projects, albeit a big one, taking place right the way across the capital today, with hundreds more to come. So in answering the question posed in today's conference, is London working? It's an absolutely emphatic yes from me. But equally, I know that we've got a lot more work to do. In the government, I hope that London feels it has a true ally, one committed to working with the brilliant organisations represented here to write a new and exciting chapter in the story of our nation's capital, this truly exceptional city that we all call home. Thank you. Now I've got to share my own Q&A for a few minutes. This is so I've got my Sli.do here. Let's have a look. We got what have we got? What have we got? What have we got? We got some. Let me look at the voting here. Okay, so I've got an anonymous person said, you've said there's fat to be trimmed from public sector budgets. Which services in London are undersubscribed and overfunded? It's not quite what I was saying at the time. What's interesting about it, why I was talking about the fact that I used to run businesses for 25 years. I was running small businesses, and small businesses can be nimble and agile. And actually, there was one council leader who I was talking to when I was saying about that, and what she was saying was that she was reviewing staffing, senior staffing, what more you can do to share services, so you're not duplicating effort. It's not about big fat to be trimmed in local authorities. We know that local authorities across the country are very much cut to the bone, but every organisation, whether it's big, small, always has things that you can look at, rejig, as difficult as it might save pennies, frankly. And as long as that's not a something that's going to suffer services in the longer term, if you can be more efficient, be more effective, work more collaboratively, which we're having to do that in our government departments as well. And clearly, we know there's a challenging spending review. The Chancellor will set us a really challenging target because we have to be more, totally fiscally responsible as a government. That's going to be the same with local authorities. But as I said to you earlier, I'm very, very aware, having been a councillor, having been a leader of the opposition in the council, where the pressures tend to face local authorities. It tends to be things like adult social services. There's a local authority outside London where one of the cabinet members was telling me 60% of their budget is going to provide services for 6% of the population. Because actually, with local authorities, it tends to be bins, potholes, and these kind of things that people see, that voters see. But actually, the really essential services that you provide, the life and death services, the ones that really make the difference to people, are often unseen. And so we need to make sure, I know it's a complex tapestry, and I don't want it to be boiled down to one single sentence, but I want to make sure that we are working with you to get that financial settlement right. But also, there will be things inevitably. My summer over DLUC, I was seeing local authorities, not in London, but elsewhere, frankly doing things that local authorities have no business doing, speculating in areas that they just shouldn't. If you want to speculate in property or other investments, frankly, go and get a job in the city. You do it with someone else's money rather than taxpayers' money. So it's that kind of focus that I would prefer to see. Now, oh God, yeah, getting some good ones here. I'll go for the tough ones, the highest voted ones, 20 people. Does the minister think the present Brexit deal is working for London? I could go for the easy. I could go for the low-hanging fruit, but no. Look, Brexit. As many of you know, I supported Brexit. Why did I support Brexit? I didn't support it to make sure that we had something in the next couple of years. This was a 50-year project. In the same way, we're not expecting to have another referendum for any length of time yet. But over the previous, the early noughties in particular, and the lead up to the referendum, there were two continents that was stagnating, that had almost zero growth. One was Europe, the other was Antarctica. And so, from my view, where the opportunities lay within Brexit, and we know there is short-term concerns here, and there's a lot of things that are ascribed to Brexit that, frankly, when you close the economy down for COVID over the last couple of years, and you can see the global pressures, whether it's HGV drivers. There are, I think it's 80,000 HGV driver shortage in Germany. There is HGV driver shortages in Canada. Last time I looked, Canada was not in the EU. So there are these concerns elsewhere. But I look at the fact that the 19th century, the UK, obviously really grew as a world economy. The 20th century, you saw Germany, America, Japan grow. 21st century belongs to Asia in terms of the global economy. And it doesn't have to be the big economies of China and India. If you look at the ASEAN countries, there's some really exciting opportunities there. So that's where the city can really look at for its long-term growth, making sure that it remains a global city financial centre, not just a leading European financial centre. So there are three, I suppose, tranches of Brexit issues. There are the ones that are following the trade and cooperation agreement introduction, with the teething issues that we had to work through at pace to get a greater level of understanding. There are the issues that are just not working for both sides. The Northern Ireland Protocol is the obvious one at the moment, which we're still negotiating hard to make sure it works, not just for GB and Northern Ireland trade, not just for the UK to be able to trade with the Republic of Ireland, but indeed the EU to be able to trade into those important areas as well. And there are the third areas, which are where we left the single market, we've left the customs union. Businesses are having to pivot and having to change their supply chains and their supply procedures, and we'll make sure that we work with them. But again, you can see that a number of countries have been trading successfully with the Americas, with Asia for some time, and we want to work with you through my old Department of Bays to make sure that we can smooth this out and grab the opportunities whilst smoothing out the problems that we have. In terms of immigration, we want to make sure that I'm half Burmese, I want to make sure that there's a better controlled immigration system that means that we are attracting the brightest and the best, not just from across the channel, but from across the world, where people want to come here, and we want that talent. So in any business, having people come in to their business, that churn of employees is always good for creativity and innovation, and that's exactly the same for the UK as a whole. But I don't want to just limit it to the freedom movement within the EU. I want them to come from Bangladesh, from America, from Canada, from Australia, wherever. I think we've probably got one more time for one question. I've got long-term, we can't just subsidise oil and gas to get out of this crisis. Where is the transition to net zero in the government's recovery and levelling up plans? Well, there's got some great examples actually here in London. You've got the Thames Estuary, for example, where there are amazing opportunities there for the kind of regeneration that I was talking about before. But they're already collaborating on hydrogen for transport, for example. And Teesside, again, they've got hydrogen there that they're developing for other uses. So it means that because they're not competing directly against each other, they can collaborate and exchange ideas on best practice on technological advances. Because it's technology that's going to help drive down that cost. But it is a transition. So that's why fossil fuels will remain part of the mix for some time. But of course they've got to be phased out. We're not asking people to go net zero tomorrow. We're asking them to go net zero in a few years' time, a few decades' time. And we've got to make sure we use every single one of those years to increase our technological advances, to increase innovation in the UK, and by the way, become world leaders in those new technologies as well, so we can create 250,000 new green jobs and really grab the opportunities for the world. Aviation is one great example. Having been aviation minister for a short time when Nadeem Zahawi was out jabbing the nation, and we shared his responsibilities around bays. And there, aviation basically has, each technological advances in aviation probably takes about 2 careers worth of an aircraft engineer to develop, something like that. And we now, with sustainable aviation fuels, with hydrogen developments in planes, and the wings of the future as well for Airbus, we have a real good opportunity to jump ahead of the rest of the world and become a world leader in that precision manufacturing and that sort of innovation. Those are the kind of opportunities that we need to make sure on top of transitioning away from fossil fuels. I'll leave it at that. I think I'm probably done, and I'll hand back to Fiona. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. It's wonderful to have that strong and consistent voice in government, and to have a minister who isn't shy of those tough questions. I didn't think we'd get one on Brexit today, so well done for answering that. Now we'll move on to our next panel, which is about transport and transport for Londoners. Londoners are travelling around the capital in all sorts of ways, whether that's through cycle hire schemes, whether that is using the river service. And you heard from Sadiq Khan this morning that we now have the Thames Clipper going out to Barking Riverside. So this panel is going to look at how we can help Londoners, all Londoners, get around our city more effectively. And to chair the panel, I'm going to invite Katie Randall, who is Associate Director of City Economics, Planning and Urban Strategy from Arab, to join us. And she will then invite her panel to come along. And then finally, I've been criticised for not reminding everybody who's either watching us on TV or here in the room, Sli.do, Sli.do, Sli.do. We need those questions. Thank you. Katie.
I'm about to reach my first hurdle and check whether or not the microphone is on. Thank you. So I'd like to welcome you all today, and thank you very much for asking me to chair this panel and provide a warm welcome to my fellow panelists. Robin Mortimer, Chief Exec of the Port of London Authority. Oliver Lord, UK Head of Campaigns, Clean Cities Campaign. Sian Berry AM, London-wide Assembly Member. And Naomi Grant, Research Lead, Where is My Transport? I have also been told to remind you to use Sli.do. So if you do need to enter it, go to app.sli.do and enter the code 1969687, conveniently sitting behind me, and ask your questions throughout the session. We will be doing a Q&A session at the end. We do strongly encourage you to use your names so that we can make sure we've got a mixture of voices, both those in the room and those who are joining us online. So, transport for Londoners. Londoners are increasingly using multiple modes of transport when travelling. How can we help them use more forms of transport, from cycle hire to river services, to get around the city more efficiently? I'm going to start the discussion with a question for all of our panellists. What are the benefits to having multiple modes of transport in London? And are we just overcomplicating the transport network for our travellers?
Thanks very much. Well, I definitely would say, obviously, being the sort of representative of the Thames here, that we should have multiple modes of transport, including river transport. And I think the question referred specifically to river transport and cycle. And I think I'd just like to put those two together and just mention one specific thing, which is I think that there's a huge opportunity to improve the ability to move around the east of London through having quick electric ferry crossings in the east of London. So at the moment, the Thames is kind of clearly seen as a barrier in the east, whereas in the west of London, there are loads of bridges. And bridges in the east are difficult because you have to have a lot of clearance for ships, or you have to build tunnels, and that's really expensive. But fast electric ferry crossings with 2 or 3 minute wait is a really viable alternative and much cheaper, and would allow pedestrians and cyclists to move around between the north and south of the capital in a much better way. So we're just about, the PLA, my organisation, we're just about to commission a study into this subject to make the case for investment in electric ferry crossings, and we'd love to work with anybody in the room really on that study, because I think it's a really compelling argument.
So, I mean, that's an interesting question. I think people do want to be able to get around in whichever way is convenient to them, and whichever suits their needs, whichever is more accessible to them. There are varying levels of accessibility in different kinds of transport. But I think the point that Nick made at the beginning about people pausing before getting on the tube because the bus is cheaper, the fact that fares are different for different modes, and whenever we add a new mode to the mix, we seem to not integrate it with the current fares. We've seen that with the cable car. It's still true of the Clippers. The bike hire is on a separate system. That doesn't make any sense. We need integrated fares, and I would really like to see point-to-point pricing across all different modes. I've been trying to persuade the mayor to get interested in reducing the amount of zones there are on the tube and introducing a flatter fare scheme. And I think simplicity of pricing would be a really good way to go, and integrating those modes together much better.
I would also kind of add a point around like simplification of information architecture. So I'm sure lots of people here will have used Google Maps or Citymapper to get here, and that kind of enables you to make choices based on what's important to you. You know, what's a mode that's cheaper or a mode that's faster. But like, I guess I would love to see that information architecture spread more widely across the population. If you don't use a smartphone, for example, that enables you to still make those choices with what's important to you in mind, I'd love to see those benefits shared more widely.
Yeah, no, I just think multiple modes of transport is an obvious one really to achieving net zero, cleaning the air. The more options we give people to use zero emission mobility, the better for everyone, I think. And we've seen that really from the influx of new bike sharing schemes, e-scooters, and you can clearly see on the streets that there is demand for this infrastructure. And I think we just need to better integrate them, as Shyam was saying, and better information about those services, and also better fares and costings.
I think one of the things that I find really interesting is when you add an additional mode of transport, you are inherently adding potential inefficiencies into the system as well. Even just us as human beings are not necessarily always capable of making the choice that is the most efficient in terms of transport. And while, Naomi, you've referred to things like Citymapper, et cetera, making that easier for us, you're right that there is still an inherent kind of complexity in how we choose to travel, and which modes we might think are better, even if they're not the most efficient. How do we start to engage in some of that sort of nudge behavior around how people travel?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we were talking earlier about how we kind of noticed over the pandemic how, I don't know if anyone else had this experience where you'd mostly been staying at home, like staying close to home for obvious reasons through the pandemic, and then you went to a different area of London and you noticed there was, you know, a whole new cycle lane that had opened up, but also that people are using it, like that people were using it, that people's behaviors changed really fast. And I guess that brings me a lot of hope for the way that infrastructure influences behavior change really fast. Like, yeah, it doesn't have to be there very long for people's behavior to change. So when we create the infrastructure and the incentives, like, people change behavior, and that's really exciting.
Yeah, I think on nudging, I'll bring in like price points as well. I did a campaign back in the Easter around where people have to keep their bikes at home. We call it This Is Awkward. And it was downright awkward, really, when you actually talk to people. And the reason being, you've got 60,000 Londoners waiting for a space to keep their bike somewhere. But actually, if you can make it much more convenient, you can actually make it affordable for somewhere to keep their bike, they'll actually use it more. And we found that one borough was actually charging more than £100 for a space in one of these hangars. But if you bought a petrol car, you could actually charge it for 30 quid for the year, pay £30 for the year to park it outside your house. And I think if you start to flip these price points, and actually that is how you can start to nudge behaviour. And we've seen that from other incentives like congestion charge and other things like that.
Name the borough.
Shall I? Yes, we'll put a huge billboard up actually at Islington, so I'd love to see some change there, please.
Speaking of price points changing and nudging behaviour, Sean, your party is a big supporter of pay-per-mile road user charging. How do you think this is best sold to Londoners and to London businesses?
Yeah, we've been going on about this for a very long time. My predecessors on the London Assembly commissioned reports on it in 2011. Me and my colleague Caroline, we've never stopped talking about smarter, fairer road charging being necessary since 2016. And it's really good, actually. The mayor at the beginning of this conference talked about how so many of the people who are now representing Centre for London and leading the think tank work that they do are former GLA employees. And it's really interesting how this issue, this smarter, fairer road charging, is one of the things that they've become the strongest advocates for since Sadiq Khan's no longer their boss. So it's really good that there is more of a consensus growing that we need to explore this. And we do need to have this really wide and detailed conversation with each different type of person on the roads in London at the moment. And businesses is a really important one. So the things I would say to business, I think, are you want to be able to use roads in a way that is predictable, with certainty and reliability. And you are not getting this at the moment. The roads are a complete free-for-all, and you want something to pay for a service that you get on a really regular basis. I think there's also, for businesses in London, so businesses who have premises in London, shops, cultural organisations, offices, you want to have a good environment that your business is in. And too many businesses are on main roads that are clogged up with traffic and full of pollution, and that isn't good for your business either. People won't want to visit your business, spend time in and around it if it's in a bad environment. And there you've got something really important, I think, which is you've got to be levelling up between the in-person, local, 15-minute cities, local economies, the experience that people get doing that, and the experience people get from ordering online, because that is the big competitor for most London businesses at the moment. And again, at the moment, we've got businesses who do deliveries, business who do online, like Amazon, offering ridiculous bargains on free delivery, which totally compete with our London businesses. And again, they're using the roads for free. So we do need to make this more rational and more of a sensible market. And I think most London-based businesses who want to support a growing local economy, one with more local jobs, will get that.
Robin, did you want to come in?
I was just going to add to Sian's point, and not to try and make the sort of political argument, but we looked really hard at the differential costs of moving freight by river on this huge unused waterway in the middle of the city for freight, I should say, unused, much used for passengers. And actually, if you factor in road user pricing to take account of the congestion costs on the road, it totally changes the business model. So suddenly you find that actually there's a much more viable case without so much public subsidy for shifting goods onto the waterway. And then if you transport those via net zero freight vessels, then you've got a much more sustainable model. So I think that the road user pricing issues are very relevant to the whole question of efficient use of different modes.
And I think there is a paradox we'll have to get to eventually, which is the outcomes you want to get from road user pricing as well, or pay as you drive, as many of us now want to call it. I think it speaks to it a bit better. Is this a revenue raising mechanism, or is it actually going to be delivering your net zero ambition or your clean air? Can you actually accomplish all three? Because if you want the revenue from it, you do need vehicles to be driving on the roads as well. So I think that's going to be the challenge that we have to come to with this, but it's not a reason not to be progressing it.
So as a follow-on question, how do we encourage more travellers to use more sustainable modes of transport?
Well, I suppose, just going back to the answer I mentioned earlier, just about the price point and actually making it as easy and convenient as possible. I'll go back to the campaign we ran with bike hangers. It's a really simple thing, but it really ignited a lot of people's understanding of just how difficult sometimes it can be to get on your bike. It's one thing building the bike lane, it's another thing, trying to encourage people through marketing, but if you're up 3 flights of stairs and trying to get out on a rainy day with your bike, it's just no use unless you've actually given the infrastructure to use that. So I'd say making it as cheap and easy as possible to start with.
So I wanted to mention e-scooters, actually, because they're really, really interesting, particularly in this context of not having anywhere to store a bike, because they are foldable, smaller, they're really convenient, or they could be if they weren't illegal. And I'm not a big advocate for them so far, but we've held an investigation in the Transport Committee in the London Assembly, and the committee doesn't yet have an opinion on this, but we did hear some really interesting evidence from Tom Cohen from the University of Westminster, who basically said that he thinks that these micro e-scooters have real potential to get cars off the road, because they are something that's really autonomous for people to use. They own it. And it appeals to the same kind of psychology as people who like to be able to drive around and get wherever they want, but without all those inconveniences of parking and all of those kinds of things. And at the moment, the government is completely dithering on this. They've just extended the trial of the hire e-scooters, and they're nowhere nearer making it not illegal to drive your own electric scooter. I think that does need serious looking at, and I think the government are kind of just waiting for no good reason to set some decent regulation for these.
Yeah, just off the back of that, I actually do most of my work looking at transport and commuter preferences in cities in the global south rather than the global north. I think this is actually an area where cities like London can learn a lot from cities like Hyderabad or Dar es Salaam or Hanoi, where like micromobility is a much more kind of essential part of the city's transport ecosystem. And I think as we move towards wanting to see greater electrification, more sustainable mobility, it also enables things like, we were speaking earlier about how Katie, you were saying you live in an area that's kind of might be considered more of a transport desert, where it's actually takes a really long time to get to different places in London. And I think micromobility does offer you greater options to open up more transport for those kind of transport deserts, which is exciting.
Can I just put a pitch in for something that we've failed on in London, which is car sharing as well? As a campaign that wants to get rid of polluting cars in the city, I actually think car sharing is probably an important option. And I think London's strategies have so far failed that, but I do see some enthusiasm and from the boroughs now coming together to actually get something decent out there. But I don't think that option is there just yet, and it's very difficult to engage with people in those transport deserts, as you were just talking about, without also saying, well, don't worry, for that 2 or 3 times a year when you actually need the car, there's actually one at the end of your street, but everyone else is sharing it, so it's much better for the economy and the environment.
Oliver, linked to that, I suppose building perhaps on that point specifically, are there other areas where you think City Hall and TfL could be doing more?
Ooh. Okay, how long have I got? It's a good question, because quite often we're talking about like what we can't do at the minute, and I think it's nice to talk about what we can do. I'd start by actually just asking City Hall and TfL to reread the strategies that have been put out there. The example I just gave, that car sharing isn't really talked about in those strategies, but also cascading that down throughout the organisations, especially the mayor's ambition for a net zero carbon city by 2030. We're talking 7 years' time almost now, and I think that needs to cascade down to the traffic modelers. It needs to cascade to London councils and getting all the boroughs talking about it much more. An example also talking about that with all Londoners. An example recently from the ultra low emission zone consultation, I found that most of the marketing and talking about that proposal was spent on radio adverts in cars. And it's one thing talking to car drivers explaining that scheme's coming, but it's another, we need to make sure that also those Londoners that don't use cars, that suffer often the worst from air pollution, also understand that this scheme is for them and the benefits it will bring. I think on more big ideas, I'd say, I recently heard from a politician, thanks to the Centre for London actually, who said we need big goals, imagination and big ideas that give business more certainty, and this follows on from the panel discussion earlier. For me, that is a zero emission zone in central London. It's talked about in the strategies. There's no development on that policy at the minute. And why is that important? Because as the mayor has said, we need a 27% reduction in car kilometres to be meeting his net zero ambition. At the moment, the ultra low emission zone consultation, which I think is absolutely the right thing to do, to be taking it across London, uniting Londoners and bringing in those trunk roads, is only going to deliver let me get this right, 0.5% reduction in car kilometres. So you've got 0.5% reduction from ULEZ, you've got a 27% reduction target for your net zero ambition, and also a 0.4% reduction in CO2 emissions. So that's where the zero emission zone policy for central London, starting with, I think would come in. Because we've already got the cab trade, almost going electric in that area. We've got loads of initiatives with cargo bikes and things like that. So I think we should be talking about that a lot more.
I think one thing I would just add is that in the the current sort of economic climate, whatever solutions we think of, they're going to have to be very cost effective, aren't they, for Transport for London? And I think that also means working really innovatively with private sector. So just to take my area of the river, TfL owned the piers, and back in the sort of noughties, there were periods when there was kind of big investment, when the capital budgets were quite generous. That's not going to happen. We've got to be realistic about that. That's not going to be a priority. So we need to find some other ways of bringing finance in to do the sort of necessary maintenance and asset improvement if we're going to see a growth in use of those piers. So I think we need to sort of be realistic about TfL's parameters and help them to sort of find solutions that will work within the current financial climate.
So just to say, I mean, we've talked about a lot of the different things that the Mayor is now starting to talk about that have been gaps in his policy. The thing that's made no progress and yet has been talked about quite a lot is parking, workplace parking in particular. We're waiting for the details to come out for the new census, but the last census showed that about a third of the journeys to work in London are from outside of Greater London. A lot of people are also crossing borough boundaries from outer to inner London to park at work, and there are a lot of free parking spaces at workplaces that we could put a levy on, and people would understand that levy would need to be spent on alternatives. But it's the kind of thing that brings in finance, that enables you to invest, but also has a completely rational basis, because all the boroughs in between, from outer to inner London, I think Westminster and Hillingdon are the two boroughs that have got the most people driving into work, and Hillingdon's obviously because of Heathrow. You have to go through a lot of boroughs to get to those, and those boroughs are being travelled upon by a need to have investment to prevent that from happening. They'll understand why we need that.
So just going back to Oliver's point in relation to air quality and carbon emissions, Robin, the river's currently outside of the Mayor's air quality improvement powers. How can you work with City Hall in terms of that space to improve air quality?
Yeah, that's very true, and we are doing that. And I think that there are some sort of good practical things happening, in the sense that Thames Clippers, the biggest provider of passenger services, is currently building the first electric hybrid fast catamarans for the UK in the Isle of Wight. So those will be coming on the river in the next few months. So it's fair to say, I think, that the marine transport sector has sort of lagged behind surface transport on that. But I think on the regulatory side, it isn't as simple as sort of saying, okay, let's apply the emission charging sort of regime to the river, because the sort of standards for vessel engines, lots of sort of technical reasons why it just isn't that straightforward. But I think we're absolutely willing to work with the GLA to look at, is there another way of doing that? Because the river has the potential to be part of a sustainable transport mode, but only if you address obviously the emissions from vessels. So you need to have some kind of regulatory framework around that. We agree.
So I think we've got probably time for one more question before we throw out to the Q&A. Looking ahead 10 years from now, where do you see London's transport network, and where is TfL in that, and how will we be funding the 10-year vision? I'm going to throw that out to everyone and let someone come in first.
Well, maybe I'll follow on from the Minister's statement. In 10 years' time, I'd love to see the government interfering a bit less with London's transport network and supporting it in a bit more long-term investment. So we look at the funding deal Transport for London's got at the minute, runs out just before an election. You tell me if that timing was actually coincidence or not. And also, getting involved in London's housing, so telling Transport for London they can't develop housing in Enfield, getting involved with the Dagenham rail station in the east, and actually, pulling that. So I'd like to see a little bit better cooperation between London and the government, and actually having some sort of 10-year settlement. That means we can actually plan and deliver the strategies that are here.
You know what mine's going to be about. So I'm going to go for two very specific things. I think we could be, in 10 years' time, we could be moving a significant proportion of London's parcels into London on electric vessels. So by 2030, there'll be 1 billion parcels a year coming into London if current trends continue. And we could easily see 20 million of those shifted from vans onto the river. And the second would be three electric ferry crossings in the east of London to really connect the whole of the southeast and northeast of London in a way that's not ever happened before.
I like that. That sounds great.
I mean, from my point of view, obviously, I'm in the business of setting long-term goals for London. 10 years is probably a little later than I would like to get to this point, but we need to be zero carbon. We need to have healthy streets. We need to have no road danger. The Vision Zero for road danger is a really important target that we've got in London. And we need to be fully autonomous. I mean, I know asking for government grant on a long-term basis is something that we will want for some of our infrastructure, but I think our transport system needs to be fully developed, and that involves things like fuel duties and VED being controlled at a London level so that we have locally the levers we can pull to get the results that we want for our streets with the consent of our citizens. It's just really important that we have that devolution and that democracy built into our transport system that makes it work for us and by us. That's really important to me.
Yeah, I think I would just end on saying that I think if you look at what the most exciting cities around the world are doing, whether it's Medellin or Paris, or what they kind of have in common is that they are setting these like big, ambitious, exciting goals, like this vision for transport that's like really holistic and like also thinks about it through the lens of sustainability, connectivity, but also things like public health, but also they like listen to their citizens. They're not just like transport nerds like getting excited about transport together. They're really excited about engaging people within that process. So that's kind of big picture what I'd love to see.
Thanks, guys. I'm going to pull a couple of questions from the Sli.do now. I'm going to go with the most popular question here, which is, what are your thoughts on the expansion of low traffic neighbourhoods across the city? I suspect that might be quite a controversial question based on the chuckles around the room.
I mean, we have to have neighbourhood streets through which there is no through traffic. That has to be part of our long-term plan for how the streets work. We can't do that. That doesn't work on its own, though. That isn't a policy on its own that will fix everything. So we need to have other policies that improve the environment on our main roads, that reduce traffic overall, so that we're not just shifting around traffic from place to place. We're actually reducing it. But it's an absolutely essential part of an integrated transport plan, an integrated plan for the way each type of road works, that our residential streets are not through roads, and that is absolutely a bottom line. And low traffic neighbourhoods are the outcome that you want to have. And how could you disagree with that?
I'd agree with that. I'd love to see the entire city being a low traffic neighbourhood eventually. I think, as Sian says, it has to come hand in hand with other interventions. I don't think we've put enough emphasis, and this feeds into what you were saying earlier about what could TfL and City Hall be doing more of. I think more placemaking on the trunk roads that they manage, feeds in, again, into the 10-year vision question you asked. If you look at a place like Vauxhall, in 2015, it was first consulted to really revitalise that area, change the trunk road, and that won't be finished until 2025. So it's a 10-year vision of just sitting on one piece of the jigsaw. So I think if low traffic neighbourhoods are going in, there needs to be intervention that sits side by side. And there needs to be a quid pro quo with the people that are living in those neighbourhoods that benefit from quieter streets, cleaner air, that actually they will be looking to them to be using their car less car parking in that area, more trees, plantations, sustainable drainage, cycle parking and what have you, and maybe some car sharing, but actually everyone needs to play their part. So, and quite often the low traffic neighbourhood policy has been perhaps introduced at too much pace, and not enough groundwork has been done with communicating with their residents about the need, why they're there, the need for them. Some boroughs have been embedding this sort of thing in their strategy for like more than 10 years, 20 years. Other boroughs, it came along and the government said, here you go, you've got 6 months to spend this money on low traffic neighbourhoods, go ahead and do it. And obviously local authorities have been starved of cash for so long from government. They went ahead and did it, but unfortunately the groundwork quite often wasn't done before to communicate with their neighbourhoods. But who's going to turn down that money to change people's lives? So I think there's a better approach in future, but I do think they are the way forward.
We've got quite a good challenge from Anonymous, which says, are we now just shifting people from one sustainable transport mode to another? How do we get the remaining private car drivers out of their vehicles?
So I talked before about price. I think it's really important that we do give people those right price incentives so that it's cheaper to get on the bus and it's cheaper to get on the tube. At the moment, it is not. I'm trying to work out at a sort of macro level what the cost per kilometre of a discretionary journey is. And car is one of the cheaper ones. You know, it's not the most expensive. It isn't. The price signals are not there for people. So I think that's part of it. But yeah, the other. Sorry, can you repeat the question? The last part of the question.
How do we get the remaining private
car
drivers?
So the thing I said before, that's right, the thing I said before about micro-mobility, you know, what does appeal to somebody who needs to have that autonomy when they're getting around? That's really important to consider as well. But I think we don't have enough imagination within transport modelling. I'm just looking around in case there's anyone who does transport modelling in the audience. But there are some really set ways of doing transport modelling, and I think we need to be clearer that we want to influence people in new ways, in ways that maybe the models don't currently take into account, and do some more experimenting, some more developing of models that shift people around.
Yeah, I wonder if those models account for e-scooters, Sean. I don't know. No, I doubt it. And I think, you know, you mentioned earlier with the smarter road pricing, obviously that's going to help to address the cost of using cars, and to some people it might actually make it cheaper to use their car because they only use it twice a year and they really need to use it, whereas actually it's more about the polluter pays if you're using your car more frequently. But at the end of the day, you know, we can achieve what we need to with cleaner air and reducing carbon emissions by not eradicating cars from the city. There are 2.6 million cars in this city. There just need to be a lot fewer, but also those that remain are just using a bit less. But there will be, you know, options for people to use their car in future. It's just making sure it's those people who really need to, and we encourage people to get out of the cars when they don't.
And just ending on a final question from Andy Bland from Enterprise. Should TfL rethink any new scrappage scheme and use it as an opportunity to reduce private car ownership whilst promoting shared transport, i.e. mobility credits?
I can go, yeah. I'm sorry, I've been speaking quite a lot, but I think there is some great potential with the scrappage schemes to make sure we get, you know, we maximise the outcomes that scheme could bring. When the mayor developed the last scrappage scheme, I know because I was involved with it, we directed it at low-income Londoners specifically because, you know, they're in the greatest need. And we also did a lot of work talking through focus groups and what have you to understand how it should be best structured. And the feedback from those groups was very much like, look, you know, a lot of these people are on the breadline, need support to change their polluting car, but they don't want to be told specifically what to do with that money, because actually at the end of the day, if you have, you know, far less money than other people, you need to be as agile and flexible with the money that you get. So if you scrap your car, rather than putting too many conditions on it, some people may choose to buy another car with that money, but some people actually may choose to spend it on their household, spend it on their bills, or quite frankly, maybe take their kids on a holiday that they've not been able to do for some time, but they're not using the polluting car. So the outcome you get is the polluting car goes, but you're not putting loads of conditions on it. That said, I'd love to see some great incentives with any future scrappage scheme that help people maybe experience these other modes that they've never chosen to before, like cycle hire, like e-scooters, like car sharing, and that is a way to build up the custom for those schemes as well.
Yeah, just to say, I totally agree. A scrappage scheme that mandated you had to buy another car would be really, really wrong.
Any other thoughts? All right, I think we will end the panel there. Thank you all for your time and for answering these questions. And we'll see you all shortly.
Thank you very much, Katie, and thanks to all our panel members. Little shameless plug now on behalf of the Centre for London, we're doing a really interesting piece of research called Moving with the Times, which is a bit of a deep dive into some of those wicked issues you heard about today, and how Londoners will move around the city, and how we will make sure that that's done in a sustainable way going forward. So Moving with the Times is on our website. Now, a subject very close to my own heart is the next panel. Are we building the homes and communities that work for Londoners? We all know that good quality, affordable homes is absolutely vital for people to live their best lives, and it's a challenge that London has faced for a number of years. So we've got a super panel this afternoon that is going to be chaired by Professor Christine Whitehead. If I could invite Christine to join us on stage. Good to see you. I'll get everyone else up. Now, I think in common with many other people in the room, Christine has either done some fantastic research for us or has taught us as we went through the LSE and various courses there. And I have to say, I know more about how things work because of my time spent in Christine's classes, listening hard. So can I also invite, we'll start with Baroness Alicia Kennedy, Director of Generation Rent, to join us on the panel. Good to meet you. Killian Hurley, who is Chief Exec of Mount Anvil. Beck Seeley from Lend-Lease. And Andrew Boff from the London Assembly. Andrew.
Well, thank you very much, all of you, for being here. And we have 4 people with very different aspects of this question of can we build ourselves out of a problem, which seems to be not entirely likely. To say, we did say, I was going to say, or are we going to be building at all for the next 2 years? But I think it's important that the housing crisis is in many ways far more about the existing stock than it is about new build. Because we can only ever get maybe 1% built in a given year. And but closer, sorry. We can only ever get 1% built if we're doing really well. But if we don't build that 1%, it gets worse. And that's the most important thing. But what I would like to do is start with what I think is currently the most immediate problem in London, which is that the private rented sector is dysfunctional at a level which we haven't seen for many years. I have seen it before in my life, I'm afraid, but I'm very old. So, Dame Alicia, would you like to speak for a couple of minutes on the problem?
Thank you, Christine. And I'm Director of Generation Rent, Alicia. Generation Rent is a campaign and advocacy organisation that give renters a national voice. We work with national and regional and Welsh, Scottish governments, and in particular local government, as we advise local authorities on how best to engage private renters. In our view, and as Christine said, in many views, today's housing crisis is a renting crisis. The private sector is now larger than the social sector. In London, over the last 10 years, the private rented sector has increased by 20%, so that now the private sector houses a quarter of London's households, which illustrates how until we have the homes that London and indeed the country needs, millions of families, children and renters renting into later life are relying upon the private rented sector for their home. And as Christine says, it's dysfunctional and it's in desperate need of repair. It is worse than any other tenure as regards security, quality and affordability. Private renters can be evicted for no reason whatsoever and given just 8 weeks to pack up and move their entire home, their lives, their kids, their school, their work,
have little protection, if any protection, from eviction. In terms of the standards, 1 in 5 London homes in the private rented sector are non-decent, and overcrowding in London is more likely than any other English region. And of course, I don't need to tell you, as the media reported it consistently over the last recent months, rents are sky high. A renter on low income can pay as much as over 40% of their income on rent. And of course, you can understand why over half of renters have no savings. How can you save for a high house price deposit when you have that much of your income paid on rent? You are trapped as a would-be homeowner in the private rented sector. And if you're a renter on low income, you have no financial cushion to allow you to pay your rent and or your bills, especially this winter. So you face rent arrears and potential homelessness.
Thank you.
1 second, I've just got
1
solutions,
second.
Christine.
Yeah.
Sorry. So what do we want to see? Well, they're not my solutions. They're solutions we believe the government should put in place. We're very eager to see Generation Rent and all the other sector organisations. The government has promised a renters reform bill this Parliament. For the long term, that renters reform bill is desperately necessary. If it does nothing else, it will end evictions without reason, which is one of the leading causes of homelessness in this city and across the country. And also, we're in a cost of living crisis. We fully support the Mayor of London's call for a temporary rent freeze. We would also like to see evictions for no reason suspended and a stop on automatic evictions. These solutions are long overdue and much needed if we are to ensure that we have a private rented sector in this city, which millions rely on, that is fair, affordable, has a high standard, and we get renters through the winter crisis and they don't end up sleeping on our streets.
Thank you very much. And currently, rents are going up so fast that all of what you say is getting worse by the second at the moment. And the only way we can see that getting any better is by disaster in the economy. Let's move on to a more practically, more cheerful side, maybe, of new build. And Beck, would you like to talk about?
Yeah, so I guess, to your point, Christine, as you opened up, I mean, we are not delivering enough homes, but if we slow down on delivering what we are delivering, then the problem is only going to get worse. And particularly in the current world, I think, we need to think about how we absolutely keep delivering and push doing more. There's probably a couple of things that I would sort of say if you stand right back and look at the whole landscape that are super important. The first thing is that the topic of the conversation this morning, housing crisis, but it isn't just about housing, it's about communities and it's about workplaces and it's about jobs as well. So obviously from a Lendlease perspective, we're very focused on mixed use. We believe that delivers a long-term, more sustainable approach to help and grow communities. And it also, picking up some of the comments on the earlier panel, if you can work close to where you live, we all know that kind of position on cutting down transport, cutting down carbon, all of those things start to fall into place much more easily. And that doesn't happen enough at the moment. So I think from my perspective, it's very much about looking at that lens of an overall mix of property types and how you make that community work. Also super important, and let's be frank, super expensive infrastructure that particularly in London is a real bar to making some schemes work. I think earlier in the earlier panels, there's a couple of schemes mentioned around that. And it's really, really challenging when lots of things need to happen before you can actually build a home. And really, I think my focus on that and suggestion, and absolutely there is no silver bullet to any of this, is that really it comes down to a test of how well we can all work together and actually how quickly we can work together. In that it isn't going to happen that a private developer can solve this. It's not going to happen that a public authority. It's going to take everyone to come together. And probably the thing that I would, from my own experience, sort of reference, I think there's a few people in the room, is Silvertown Quays, where we are now in the ground. You go out there, that site has been not in the ground for a very long time, I think probably is the best way of putting it. And that has taken a huge level of partnership from everyone to get that there over the last few years. And that, frankly, irrespective of political colour, irrespective of political views, it's taken, you know, a real kind of collaboration and focus and everyone to compromise a bit. So Homes England have helped out with a really significant long-term loan. GLA, the landowners, have helped out with significant affordable grant and a multitude of other things. And also Newham, the borough, being really collaborative in trying to work through planning. And Lendlease and our partners as the developer making some compromises on how our investment is structured through that scheme to make it work. So that would be my sort of, if you can say one thing, it's like how does everyone work together, which is not simple, but I think is a real needed issue.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks, Beck. And I'd just like to echo the collaboration piece. I mean, it's a complex problem, and the longer I spend looking at it, the more I appreciate that we need lots of people, cognitive diversity, coming at it from different angles. And nice to see a few friendly partners in the audience here this morning as well, or this afternoon. I'm Irish, as you can tell from my accent. I came to London in 1988. A lot has changed since then. Some things haven't changed. Estate regeneration, or estate transformation as we now call it, has been a constant feature. I'm old enough to remember the Cherries back in their heyday. They were competent, they were decent, they listened to residents on estates, and they delivered great homes. More recent times, the Mayor and the GLA have made ballots mandatory. Excellent idea. 50% affordable, excellent idea. Rights to return, excellent ideas. Great clarity for us developers. We now spend far less time with planning barristers and more time with the residents on the estates. Yet, at the 1st of November 2022, estate transformation tends to be whispered about as opposed to proclaimed. Why is that? We all know there have been some high-profile failures, but there are a number of recent outstanding successes, and we should applaud those more. And probably doff my hat to Tony Pidgley and his Kidbrooke scheme, where he got most things right. And above all, he delivered on his promises to the residents. By way of note, 90% plus of all ballots in the last 4 or 5 years have been carried in favour of estate transformation. Mount Anvil's 2 largest estate transformation schemes cater for 2,126 homes. The starting point on this was 500 homes. We have additional affordable homes financed by private sector purchases. Across London, tens of thousands of people are on waiting lists, and there are many other opportunities like the 2 that we are working on. Too many people are living in cramped conditions, mold, no adequate outdoor space, heating, etc., etc. But very often these tens of thousands of people don't have a voice. We hear from the protesters, and fair play to them. They're highly organised, they're on social media, they're vociferous in their objections, they're strident in their views. No more homes. Sometimes our politicians are more interested in their Twitter feeds than in housing needs, and that needs to stop. Thankfully, we've seen in Ealing recently, where despite major opposition from people who did not live on the estate, the council passed our planning application. Similarly, in Islington, Christine, your borough, there's a huge appetite from the council for genuine affordable council housing. More needs to be done. We as developers need to improve our communication skills. Great talkers doesn't make us great communicators. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and we should use them appropriately. We should get on with engaging with the experts, who are very often the residents living on those estates. And to wrap up, a quote from an Ealing resident from our joint venture with Peabody in Mount Anvil on a planning application. The pandemic has been depressing for us all, and has affected so many residents' mental and physical health because we have no outside space. The enhanced proposals will ensure we have a healthy, active and caring community. We will be heartbroken if this does not get approved.
Thank you very much indeed. And it's an obviously very difficult problem, and the timing involved is amazing. Andrew, you want to talk more about community and...
I'd forgotten what I was going to talk about, so I'll just talk about what I think I should talk about. And let's understand who's really feeling this housing crisis. It's a crisis that's predominantly being felt by younger people. Yep. You know, I was that man who about 20 years ago turned down a flat to buy a flat on Hoxton Square because I thought £90,000 was a bit much. And but at that time, I had choices. Young people don't have choices in London, and because of the housing shortage. But it's not just those young people who are in the housing market that are experiencing problems. It's the 350,000 young people who are being brought up in overcrowded conditions. This is a time bomb. This is a time bomb for the future because we know what overcrowding does for the outcomes of young people. It means they're less likely to be healthy, less likely to be educationally successful, more likely to get involved in crime as a result of those overcrowded conditions. And yet we are still building homes that are aimed at singletons, and we're not addressing the real crisis in London of overcrowding. We need to move away from the idea of counting our housing targets by the number of front doors that we build and start having housing targets that talk about the bed spaces, the actual accommodation. Only then will we start to alleviate real housing need, because at the moment, all we're doing is doing numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And one of the things which has come up very much from what we're doing at the moment is that quite a number of the homeless are overcrowded children being kicked out by parents, often in council estates, which is really frightening that the numbers who are family and friends can't cope any longer after COVID is phenomenal. But let us move on to the question of, I mean, in a sense, the question which we were asked is there any solution? And the question obviously is that we can't solve this problem just like that, but what can we do over the next 2 or 3 years to get the communication and the interaction which Beck is talking about, to get the affordable housing in the system, because Killick's doing very well there, but under the current system we may end up with much less affordable housing rather than more. So you want to start, Andrew?
Well, if I may, I actually do think we've got to learn the lessons of where we are now. We have an affordable housing budget, affordable housing grant, due to be spent finished spending next year, and there's still over £500 million not allocated, not allocated to schemes. The second tranche of funding that the government, record amount of funding that the government provided from last year to 2026, no allocation at all. There is something wrong with the pace of development, the pace with which the GLA is getting these schemes going. I actually believe that in order to get more affordable housing, we have to realise that what the effect is of having such a high target of affordable housing has on development overall. We've done investigations on this, and TfL admitted that when the 50% threshold came in, the 50% affordable housing target came in, they had to rejig some of their schemes in order to cope with that. So I think that 50% needs reviewing. We need to learn from the experiences of the sluggish development that we've had over the past few years and perhaps adjust that aspiration. Because I do believe that if we can build up the pace of housing overall, that in itself will drag the affordable housing sector behind it, rather than the affordable housing sector being the main focus of what we do.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced, Andrew, because I think we had the same argument about 35% affordable housing 5 or 10 years ago, and I was told I was mad to be supporting it, and we still support it. I just wonder a slightly different angle, and apologies to some consultants in the room, but we spend too much effing time procuring and not enough time delivering. And the amount of waste that goes into this about getting the final I's dotted and T's crossed. Beck, we spoke about this, and it is just ludicrous. Public-private partnerships can and do work. I'm looking at Fiona on the front row. We've done one with L&Q. I'm looking at Dan down in the back row, Jeremy, if he's still here. These things do work. We just need to unleash some of the energy and the power that's available in London and get on with the bloody thing and less talking.
Maybe I'll just kind of come in there, because obviously, Lendlease is internationally owned, and I think it's quite fascinating. So my group did a little look over how long in all of the countries we operate it takes to go from like the first sort of sight of something, an opportunity, whatever that might be, until it's actually kind of first product in the ground and first homes on the way. And unfortunately, to be really frank, the UK doesn't come out very well on it, and probably London is pretty slow. And you've got to say why that is, and I don't think there's any one part of the system that is, the answer. If you fix that, it's all going to get better. It's a culmination of the sort of the systems and the processes all layered on top that mean. I think we kind of worked out that on average it was sort of probably 5 to 7 years. But in other countries, you could be, 2 years was kind of where you're going, and 3 years was quite a long time. And if you think about that, if you just put that on a lot of homes, then that is a huge benefit. The flip side of it, though, is, I spend a lot of my time talking to my international colleagues and to many other country governments and local authorities about how things work in London particularly, and particularly around some of the affordable support that the various parts of the public sector and the private sector partnerships deliver. And you're torn because, to be very frank, there's places in the world that don't even think about affordable housing and are quite happy to just, frankly, walk on by. And I'm kind of in two minds, because I know we are not doing enough collectively as a city and as a country, but I'm really proud that we care and we're trying. And we are all absolutely trying to make it better, and that's not the approach we have. Whereas, I'm not sure I'd want to work in some places where you walk on by. That doesn't feel like a society to me that's right, if right is the right word. So it is about a challenge. There is definitely something in it, but some of those things deliver good outcomes, and I wouldn't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, it's certainly true, but in whatever discussion we have internationally, quite often we have to explain our affordable housing approach and the proportions which we get, and they're always totally amazed. But there are lots of other things they're amazed about in the wrong direction. And I think, Alicia, I would like you to come back in on how do we get something from a private rental sector.
Well, I'm with Killian. I mean, you need to deliver and build. And I've seen some great partnerships across London of delivering affordable and social housing. And of course, we need to keep the stock that we have in the social sector and, of course, in the private rented sector. So I think in London, I don't know if it was last year, but I think, there was less houses built using the council receipts from Right to Buy than there was actually homes lost through Right to Buy. So, Wales and Scotland have banned the Right to Buy, and even if it's politically unpalatable for a government to ban the Right to Buy, they should at least change the way that councils can apply the discount. And in London, we've seen stories of landlords wanting to exit the market because, of course, the cost of living crisis is hurting them, and the trust economic chaos may have raised their mortgage interest rates higher, which of course get passed on to the tenant, and we need to make sure that landlords don't exit the market, and London has the right to buy back where the council can buy that property back into the public good. And yet there's only 14 London boroughs, I think, participate in it. So I'd like to see many more London boroughs participating in that scheme. And other ways, obviously, to keep the stock we have is dealing with Airbnb and short-term lets and making it more tax advantage to rent to tenants and not tourists. You know, there are so many homes in London that could be better used for the public good. And so all those initiatives I'd like to see.
Thank you. But I think turning to questions from the audience, there are a surprising number who are anonymous. I'm sure you have no particular reason for being anonymous, but still. Just as a very quick one, modern methods of construction, favourable? Can it be used better?
Hotly debated topic.
Absolutely.
So definitely there is room for improvement in the efficiency of how we put together homes, without a doubt, and I think that's there. From a land lease perspective, we use certain components of that. There's one thing, though, that I think I am worried about, and I think, you know, you've got to balance the whole community impact of how you're delivering, which is when you are delivering a large-scale scheme, which is what Land Lease does, you know, there's no way I can sit in front of a community and tell them that there isn't going to be some noise, there's not going to be some impact on their lives. But the things that we can give them during that period around training, around development, around how they can use that to provide things for the community that gets them into long-term employment, I think you just have to balance, because if you go all the way to some modern methods of construction, you could be removing some of the opportunities that allow a community to benefit from those very real jobs and training aspects in there. So I'm kind of, you know, I'm neither one nor the other. I think it's how you move through with incremental improvement, but I don't want to take away from communities that are having to take that disturbance, the opportunity of what I can offer until I can deliver something.
Can I say just very briefly on that, the London Assembly has very few settled policies, but one of the policies it does have is that off-site construction is something that needs to be encouraged. It's faster, it's more sustainable to have off-site construction, and there are some valid criticisms of the mayor, who said yes to off-site construction, but we've seen very little progress on that. I understand the problems, because for off-site construction you need somebody to construct them, and typically a lot of those off-site manufacturers are not in the UK. We do need a home UK market, home UK producers of off-site materials. But that being said, I think more energy needs to go into off-site production. It's the way of the future, for goodness sake.
Yeah. I think that one of the issues in that, which is linking up with the more general, and what we're going to see in the next 2 years, is that you can't have these effective factories in Britain unless you can get stability in what is demanded. You just simply cannot get it. I've been here at least 3 times in my life, and it's really rather depressing, to say the very least. Just to Paul asks, when does housing scarcity and cost act as a brake on growth and well-being in London? And so to what extent really does housing cause us not to have the productivity that we ought to have in the city? Andrew, I thought you ought to be able to have a thought on this.
It certainly does affect, I mean, just on health and well-being, as I've talked about earlier, overcrowding. I think for me, if I had to choose one housing problem to solve in London, it would be overcrowding, because of the long-term effects that has on the health of those people in those environments. So yes, the quality of housing. And, you know, for those of us who've been knocked on tens of thousands of doors over the past few years and been to an awful lot of estates and seen the quality of housing that some people are forced to live in, it is an urgent need for us to get to try and get some kind of decent home standards. Now, you know, I'm a Conservative politician, but I do think that the Decent Homes programme that the Labour government brought in was actually quite good. And you won't get many of them emissions from me, because it did transform a lot of estates and a lot of people's lives. And healthy people are more economically active people.
Can I just add to that, Christine? You know, overcrowding, completely agree with Andrew, but it's also your non-decent home. The private rented sector in London is full of homes with damp, mould, electrical hazards, and as Andrew says, it costs the NHS millions in terms of their health and their well-being and their mental health. And again, to praise this current government, they want to apply the decent home standards that Andrew's just mentioned that applies to the social sector to the private sector. Now, the consultation's just ended, and of course we're waiting for a lot of the legislation to come through, but you know, we're pleased to see Michael Gove back at the Department of Levelling Up, and we hope, as I understand it, he was very keen on raising standards in the private rented sector, which is an area that's been way overlooked, and so hopefully there will be a decent home standard applied. But that comes back to local authority enforcement, and they need capacity and they need funding to enable them to be proactive about making sure they can actively go after, for want of a better word, not the majority of good landlords, but the bad, criminal and exploitative landlords that do not fix the repairs that renters need. So you need both sides of the coin, and licensing schemes we've seen have been excellent in raising standards for some local authorities. So good for the decent home standard, but it needs to be matched with funding and enforcement powers for local authorities.
Just going back to that issue, I mean, we've got a situation, which I'm being told about all the time, where we changed the taxation system for the mum and dad type landlord. We're terrifying the landlords, inverted commas, by how much it's going to cost to do these standards. And then we're talking about controlling rents. How do you see this going to help to have more people housed?
Yeah, I very much want to say, if there's any landlords here, the Renters Reform Bill should not frighten or scare any landlord. A landlord that is a good landlord that wants to do right by their tenant has nothing to fear from the Renters Reform Bill or any of the measures that this current government wants to put in place. It is about dealing with the exploitative end, the squalid, the bad, those people who raise the rent to enforce an eviction, those people who give an eviction notice because it's just a whim, as one of the people on the Sli.do have said. You know, he's been priced out of the property 11 times. No doubt that was through some sort of eviction or rising the rent to such a level that you therefore evicted. So there is nothing to fear from the legislation that the government want to put out. It's about raising standards, and it's about making sure that landlords have a legitimate reason to evict a tenant, not no reason whatsoever. And as I said, you know, it is about enforcement, and it's about a property portal, and it's also about an ombudsman. And in terms of rent, the question on the screen is, I don't know either why the government hasn't put in rent protections, and we argue for them all the time. Sadiq, as Mayor for London, has called for the powers to rise rents. The Mayor in Bristol has launched a living rent commission, which Generation Rent is on, which we're participating in to see what model of rent control may work for Bristol. Even though the rent control, I think, is popular with the public, I don't think it's palatable with this government. They've ruled them out. But the Renters Reform Bill will allow us to reform rent tribunals. It will allow us to hopefully increase the amount of notice a tenant is given when you want to increase the rent. It will hopefully stop economic evictions where someone wants to raise the rent, but just to get that tenant out. So there are going to be measures in the short term with the Renters Reform Bill that deals with rent, but not in the way that we would probably mean that rent control means. But that won't mean that Generation Rent won't stop working with local authorities and the Mayor of London and other mayors that do want these powers, or indeed the government, stop lobbying the government to give renters these powers, because it's unsustainable. If you're economically secure in this city, you're absolutely fine. If you're financially insecure, you are literally much closer to homelessness than home ownership as a private renter. And the government needs to intervene at some point soon, this winter, to stop rough sleeping getting out of control over the winter months.
Thank you. Now, we have 1 minute 25 seconds.
I won't say anything
but I'm going to take 4 minutes. So one thing you want done more than anything else.
I think the ability to continue to see the long term. So the last few weeks has been pretty volatile, I think probably would say. I spent probably quite a lot of my time explaining to international investors, by the way, most people who invest in Lend-Lease, they're just pension funds from the public sector and the general populations of other countries. So they're people like us, right? Trying to explain to them that it's all going to be okay and the long-term view will continue, because us being able to take that long-term view is really critical to delivering long-term programs and long-term homes. And that's really important.
Okay, great. Philip?
I think just being more positive about all the good stuff that's going on in London, and Beck, fair play to Lend-Lease finally on Silvertown. I think that's super. You know, let's stay positive. There's lots of bright spots out there. Let's magnify them.
You sound like the last bit of Any Questions about 4 weeks ago, which asked everybody to provide something cheerful. And
Leeds beat Liverpool at the weekend, so that's one reason to be cheerful.
That was roughly the first answer. Arsenal's top of the table was the answer. But that was about all we could think of. But still, one minute maximum.
Okay, yeah. Publish the Renters Reform Bill, temporarily freeze rents and raise local housing benefits so that your benefit actually covers the rent that you owe.
The LHA is, and then the welfare cap. Yes. Because without the welfare cap, LHA doesn't help much.
This is easy for me. Build more family-sized homes and ones that are not in tower blocks. And I'm going to squeeze another one in. Can we abolish these playgrounds on the top of tower blocks, please? They were a ridiculous innovation. And anybody who comes forward with such a proposal, I'm certainly not going to treat seriously.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, it's a massive subject and very, very difficult to keep it to something which sounds coherent. And the honest answer is we do not have a solution, but we have lots of ways in which we could improve the outcomes, both in new build and in the existing stock, I think. So thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Whitehead, and thank you, the wonderful panel. Obviously, there is no silver bullet, but we've got some fabulous brains here who are urging us to just, what was it, Cillian? Effing get on with this? Yeah, let's just do that. Now, I know I am between you and lunch, but I just wanted to give another shameless plug so that you realise what a wonderful, wonderful think tank Centre for London is. And Baroness Kennedy will be interested in this. We're working on a project called Licence to Let, which is recognising that the registration schemes are fairly patchy for private landlords, and it's doing some deep dives again into this issue to see is there something we want to do about national registration of landlords and making the licensing scheme more national and the coverage better. So again, it's on our website. So lunch will be served through the doors back to the catering area, and please, I know I've eaten into 10 minutes of your lunchtime, but could I ask that you are back at 10 to 2. This is a wonderful time to grab somebody from the Centre for London who isn't me, because there are much more qualified people in the room, who can tell you about our supporters network, and who can also tell you about the 4 vacancies we have for trustees to become part of this amazing organisation. So thank you, and see you back at 10 to 2. get some lunch? Oh, yeah. Oh, good. I like that. Yes. Now, did you meet interesting people, or did you just talk to the people you know? Oh, yeah, you're all looking a bit, yeah, I just spoke to the people I knew. Well, I've had at least 5 people come and say to me they'd like to be trustees. So by the time we get to the drinks, I'd like at least 5 people coming to me saying we'd like to be partners. Yeah, that's my target. Nick, I'll give you a target for 5 as well, so that makes 10. Brilliant. But no, wonderful. I thought it was a fantastic morning, and this afternoon is going to be even better. This is where it starts to get real. This is where we're not just talking about theoretical things for London. We're talking about real life now. First of all, I am going to introduce the marvellous Love Sega, who is key partner and host of Live and Breathe. This is, my eyesight is just getting worse and worse and worse. I'm going to invite you up onto stage, and you are going to do a fabulous presentation for us. So thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I've only got 5 minutes, so I'm going to whiz through this, but I'm a musician and artist, and I ran this campaign at the beginning of lockdown, and it was my first time doing something using my artistry and my musical skills, and I wanted to address an issue of getting people of color or marginalized groups into climate action using art. So this is what I did. I'm from Lewisham, and I was struck by the story of Ella Adukisi Deborah, because she went to a primary school just off the South Circular, same as I did, same as my sister did. So it is a problem, the fact that we're breaking World Health Organization limits. And I wanted to bring something colorful to Lewisham, you know, and to use our voices and represent us, and to find a way in which people can do campaigning a different way. So it doesn't have to be sign a petition. It doesn't have to be get locked up. It doesn't have to be go on a march. It might be, you know, make some artwork, make a comic. As a result of this, I ended up going to COP26. Here I am hosting something in the green zone. So it goes to show the video this is just a snippet I'm going to show you, but it was seen by people of power.
Our world is the place in South London boys let's speak, cause I can't see them past these non-existent headlines. Divide and conquer got us here, and oil prices are your fear, cause black gold is not the people, it's your mineral extraction. We don't need hyperbole or distractions, give us the facts, we don't want the factions. We have the people, we have the stories, show us the pictures, not allegories, more than just the posters on the street. This is where we live, die and eat. So if you want to break bread with me, then come and take a seat. Do we really care? Yeah. 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 Do we really care? Cause we'll fight for our right.
Yeah, so that's video. It's about 4 minutes long. Could only show a snippet here. And following that, then I was approached by Impact on Urban Health and then Purpose as well, Social Impact Agency, who then said, okay, look, how can we make this bigger and better? That was in Lewisham, so I got the community, I got everybody. I just played them a song and then say, do you care about air pollution? And let's try and do something positive. It doesn't have to be negative. It doesn't have to be poverty porn. It could be something where it's bright and it's us coming together. And you look at the community in Lewisham. We've got Chinese community, black community, white, everybody like comes together, Turkish community. So then the next stage is then saying, okay then, why are we doing this? Why is this important? So in the next step, we Live and Breathe was the campaign, and what I want to do is to bring in different artistic partners. So I went to South Bank Centre, because that's in Lambeth and Southwark. I went to Philharmonia Orchestra, and I said, okay, can we write a superhero theme tune? Went to Abbey Road Studios. I said, can we record this superhero theme tune? And then I went out to the community, a much bigger community, 600,000 people in Lambeth and Southwark, and then say, okay, look, why is it important for us to have clean air? And that is the next video, Jada David made this beautiful poem. And all these groups are in Lambeth and Southwark, and this is why we're doing it.
I want to breathe like you. These streets are mine too. For far too long, the marginalized have had to pay the price of nepotism, classism, and racism with their lives. We want to play ball, ride bikes, kick, flip, and picnic without it leading towards a deterioration of our health. We have pride in our ends, pride in ourselves. But what's pride when your body is seen as collateral damage? What's pride when babies and children and elderly people cannot manage because their right to clean air has been taken? And don't be mistaken, when you leave your home to clear your mind because the air isn't fresh outside, go out there and the gases you inhale have death inside. I want to breathe like you. These streets are mine too. Often we think about the problems we can see, but what about the ones that we can't? The air we breathe, poisoned and polluted with CO2 from cars on busy roads, and tons more from burning waste way too close to homes. Don't I have a right to clean air, or am I only an heir to polluted roads by residential homes? I want to breathe like you. These streets are mine too. Rich businessmen not paying fines for breaking environmental laws, but it's the black and the poor that have to pay with their lives. When clean air is a luxury, death is the price for those who can't afford it. I want to breathe. I want to breathe. I want to breathe just like you. These streets are mine too.
So I'm out of time, but all those groups, they're from Lambeth and Southwark. Those are real people, and they are the ones who wanted to say, okay, this is why we want clean air, so we can do all this fun stuff. And now you can see us in this video. So I'm completely out of time, but that's me, Love Sega.
Goodness. As someone who spent a lot of time writing policy papers on PM10 and NOx, that does us. That is absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, love. Now, next we have Farah Rainfly, who's operations manager at Life After Humans. Farah, over to you.
Hi, so I've got 5 minutes and I'm going to talk really, really fast. Let's see if I can. Okay. So I'm Farah and I'm the operations manager at Life After Humans Community Benefit Society. We are based not too far from here in Somerstown, Camden. We operate an independent surplus food bank and a reuse centre. We collect surplus still good to eat food as a resource from 45 local stores every week and redistribute this to 11 local hostels, 1 after school club and a faith group. We also serve 80 local households directly. That's roughly 300 people. Our volunteers help each home one-on-one to prepare their parcels, asking them what they need for that week as opposed to what we think they need. We call this request what you eat what you request, a take on the waste prevention message of buy what you eat what you buy. This means parcels are often made up of 50% fresh fruits and vegetables and are culturally appropriate. Of course, we are dependent on the surplus that we collect and are currently, due to the cost of surviving crisis, each parcel weighs 5 kilos less. Most of our beneficiaries are people of color with heritage from Somalia, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Caribbean. We also operate a room of things for local residents and refugees as a waste prevention support project. In this room, each household is assigned a number of credits and can take whatever they need from clothing, houseware, shoes, and toys. We also welcome referrals from other VCS partners. People use the center as a way to declutter by donating items to us, and this creates behavior change. Some local businesses also pass on items they no longer need. Outside the center, we have a passive clothing rail and a surplus food cart. Now, how do we manage to do all of this? We are supported by 50 local volunteers, and that is what makes us unique and special. We are the people we serve, we are the local community. Our volunteers help us to redistribute 5 tons of surplus per month, with a value of roughly £15,000, using figures from a 2021 RAP report. Last year, we also saved the equivalent of 112,000 kilos of CO2 by redistributing food that otherwise would have gone to waste. These figures are based on findings from the UN. We are also able to track carbon emissions emissions avoided by using a mixed transport model of foot, bicycle and car. We avoided 450 kilos of CO2 emissions last year. Cars are still very much needed for our bigger collections. Volunteers provide 585 hours per month at a value of £7,000 of in-kind support. We are just the full-time equivalent of 2.5 members of staff, and we are London living waged employer. Our rent is only £875 per month, operating in 138 square metres. However, that said, we are still on a lease at will with Camden Council, and we're waiting for them to finalise our 10-year lease. It's amazing what you can achieve when the rent is affordable. How do we fund the work we do? We apply for funding applications, and we welcome private donations. We are not yet a commissioned service. Our work does not stop there. When families come to us, we carry out an extensive assessment that provides us their income and expenditure. For many, it is the first time carrying out such calculations, and it requires understanding and empathy. This allows us to carry out social prescriptions for health, housing, legal, debt, and employment support. Without capacity, we have managed to place 8 people back into work. We have stopped 3 young people who have suffered from domestic violence from being displaced out of the area and supported them as advocates to stay local. And Camden's commissioned employment service Good Work Camden will shortly be based at our centre on a fortnightly basis. We are now looking for monies to have a financial capability advisor to also be based at our centre. Why is this important? Because the answer to food insecurity is not food banks. As a member of IFAN, the Independent Food Aid Network, we believe in a cash-first approach, which is to reduce the need for emergency food aid by helping people access any existing financial entitlement and advice on income maximisation. Somerstown, where we are based, is a multi-deprived area with roughly 50% of residents on benefits, an early death rate amongst men, poor air quality, and yet it is an area surrounded by extreme wealth, with neighbours such as Google, Meta, Nike, UCL, Argent, King's Cross, Guardian, CSM, British Library, the Crick, Wellcome Trust, and here the Knowledge Quarter, and many more employers who are looking for and often struggle to recruit new employees, but do not have the structures in place to truly reach out to the local community and local schools to tackle the systematic barriers that cause inequalities. Recruitment drives have to be in person, accessible, on the ground, eliminating the digital divide, especially for those where English is an additional language. We also believe that the London councils and the GLA and the Mayor's office could put in systems to radically reduce food waste and associated carbon emissions by looking at the model the City of Milan now has put in place. Last year's winner of the inaugural Earthshot Prize, since 2019, supermarkets, businesses, company canteens have committed to delivering their food waste to community level hubs in publicly owned buildings in Milan. The city encourages them to contribute their surplus food with 20% waste tax breaks. Each of Milan's 5 hubs recovers around 130 tons of food per year, and CO2 emissions are prevented as a result. We are just scratching the surface of the potentials to divert still good-to-eat food in London. Camden alone has over 3,000 registrations of food businesses with the EHO, but the burden should not be placed on the volunteer community sector. As decision makers, I hope you found this insightful. Thank you for giving us this platform, and I'm sorry I ran over.
That was brilliant, and I've been past the centre in Somerstown so often. I've been curious about what's been going on. Next time, I'm gonna stop. I have to say, our interpreters as well, Farah. You talked the speed, which was brilliant, but these ladies were just doing the most amazing job. So thank you both. It's wonderful and fabulously uplifting to see what is happening in London. Now, London is one of the cities with the highest level of poverty, and our final panel of the day is about Londoners left behind and what are the new solutions around poverty in our city. And we've certainly heard from Farah today about one of those ideas. And to chair this panel, I'm just looking, Geeta Nandi. Geeta, you're right in front of me. Would you like to join me on stage? Now, Geeta is not only OBE, but also chair of G15 and is the chief exec of Metropolitan Thames Valley. So, Geeta, I'll hand over to you to take over. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. A really important panel and fantastic. Hard act to follow those fantastic presentations before. But can I ask I'm not a panel without any panel members, so can I ask my panel members to come up and join me? So we have Manny. Hi, Manny. Manny Hotti. Manny's the Chief Executive of Trust for London. And we have Munira Wilson. He's a Liberal Democrat MP for Twickenham and member of the House of Commons. Thank you. Also, can we have Councillor Shantanu Rajwat? Who is the leader of Hounslow Borough Council and has just met Munira. They've worked out their neighbours, so there's always something. Doesn't always have to happen in the sessions outside. And last but not least, we've got Catherine Hill here, who's the Strategic Project Manager for in 10 London's Child Poverty Network. Just a little background about Metropolitan Thames Valley, first of all. I'm the Chief Executive, and we have 58,000 homes, and we operate across London, outside of London, into the Midlands as well. But I'm also chair of G15 housing associations, and we house 1 in 10 Londoners, so we have a big remit in London. We have around 715,000 homes altogether. We build around 10,000 homes a year. And as not-for-profit organisations, any surplus that we produce goes back into the organisation. That's a really important point because we're here for our residents. We're concerned about the cost of living crisis that there is. So 65% of our residents are on universal credit. And we are definitely seeing the impact of what's happening at the moment on our residents. I'm sure other people on this panel are also feeling the same thing. So I want to kick off, and I know I've got a Sli.do thing here, which starts telling me questions from you in the audience. So please do contribute to this discussion. Give us your name as well. Give us your questions, because this is an interactive session with our panel members, and we want to have the most difficult questions that you can possibly think of so that we can make it an exciting panel. So I'm just going to kick off with some questions first of all. So we've heard, and I know there's been a lot of discussion already earlier today about levelling up, but we've heard and we can see that there's a huge widening gap in London for those who live and work here. So what needs to be done? Tell me what you think, what policies, what can we do, and what can we do as local leaders? So Munira, I'm going to start with you.
Thank you. So I love having the graveyard slot. Hope you not all dozing off after your lovely lunches. Thank you for having me here, first of all. Well, I have to say this both from the perspective of a constituency MP and just seeing the situation across London. For me, one of the biggest issues and burning platforms we've got to tackle is housing, frankly. I know you've already had a panel on housing, but it is certainly the largest amount of casework that I get in my surgeries and in my inbox is families in overcrowded housing waiting many years to try and get suitable housing through the council and local housing associations, or in the private rented sector, simply unable to make ends meet. They're overcrowded and unsuitable accommodation. So 2 things I'd say. In terms of the short term, I think we need to see more support from government in terms of helping particularly young people get onto the rental ladder through, helping them with deposit schemes, for instance, and perhaps looking at rent-to-buy schemes. But ultimately, our biggest issue is the lack of supply and the desperate need to build more social and affordable housing. Now, clearly, that's a real challenge in London in terms of space, particularly you look at a borough like mine in London Borough of Richmond. The places that you can build are few and far between, but whenever those smaller sites come up, we have to maximise them. And I'm currently running a campaign in my own constituency where a former police station that's been closed down is due to be sold off. The local housing association, GP Surgery, want to relocate the GP surgery in there and build social and affordable housing on top. But I'm in a battle with the Mayor of London, who wants to sell it to the highest bidder so that he can get more money into policing. Now, I understand that he's got financial pressures, so I'm trying to change the law now that says that actually, if you've got a public sector asset, that public sector body shouldn't have to sell to the highest bidder. I mean, that's a really sensible way that I think that we should be making use of public sector owned sites, land and buildings, as just one example of how we've got to be thinking about trying to maximise every possible site to be building new homes.
Thank you. And is that Lib Dem policy then?
Well, I've made it Lib Dem policy, yes.
You heard it here.
No, well, and actually, during the London mayoral campaign last year, Louisa Porritt, our candidate, said a lot about housing, about repurposing, for example, office space and commercial space that we aren't using so much anymore post-pandemic because of flexible working, but also about trying to better use those publicly owned sites. It seems a nonsense to me that whether it's a hospital or a police service or a fire station, whatever it is being sold off to potentially become luxury flats, which frankly, in my neck of the woods, we don't need any more of, but we desperately need social and affordable housing. It's not joined up policy to be just flogging it off like that. So I do think that is something, that's an area, and actually Michael Gove, the old and the new Levelling Up Secretary, when I've sort of sounded him out about it, he's grudgingly agreed with me that it's actually quite a good idea. So I'm hoping I'm going to be able to get that legislation changed through the House of Commons in the Levelling Up Bill.
That's great. Yes, and I think there's applause from the audience there for that. So Shantanu, what about at a local level? You run a local authority. You must be seeing a huge amount locally. What can you do as local leaders?
Yeah, so obviously agree with a lot of what Munira said. I think for me, it's about really going back to basics and getting the fundamentals right. So, you know, in Hounslow, we're really fortunate. We've got a good education offer. It's then translating that into skills and a good employment offer as well. I think in Hounslow, and I'm pretty certain across London actually, what we saw during the pandemic was that many people were in low-skilled, low-paying jobs, and that increased the burden on us, and we're seeing that continue. So we're really focusing in on that offer for reskilling in a meaningful way to build on the good schools that we've got. Also acknowledging that people may want to skill and retrain later on in life. So our education offer as well, which I'm very proud of in Hounslow. And I think meaningful wages is also something. So as a council, we are a London living wage employer, and we demand that from all that we contract with. But what we're trying to do at the moment, and it's a piece of work that we're doing at the moment, is really trying to understand where the barriers exist for local employers in the borough to adopt London living wage and try and support them through that as well, because I think that's quite important going forward.
Thank you. And one of the questions we've got here actually from Anne is around early warning systems. And have you got something in place to help households before they get into severe trouble?
Yeah, absolutely. And prevention is so important. Anne, where are you, Anne? If you asked it in the audience. It's a really good question. So we take the route of prevention. So we have something called Community Solutions, which is something that we created during the pandemic. And that's about not people coming into the council, but the council going out to residents, community groups, and they're out across the borough. And it's about understanding some of those issues and working with our partners in the voluntary sector to really leverage the support that's out there. Because there is a lot out there, but it is in little parcels. So if we can understand it and understand our partnerships, really signposting or helping where we can as well. So it's preventing crisis happens, because crisis costs. So if we can prevent that, that really helps.
And do you think those the packages that exist already that government are giving, do you think that's enough? And what more would you want to see?
I'm a Labour politician, so I'll always say it's never enough, especially in London. I think, you know, we saw, for me, if you don't mind, I'll just switch that a little bit. I think for me, it's about having the freedom to tailor the packages that are available. So often when you get grant from government, it has a lot of conditions. And actually what we saw during COVID was that a lot of those packages gave us a little bit of discretion, so we could really innovate and do things in a different way and really tailor it to our local areas. And talking to other leaders across London of all political parties, actually that ability to tailor the support and the packages that are available is absolutely vital, because we can then really target in the areas that we need to in our local areas.
Okay, thank you. Manny, turning to you then. Have you got fears for London? Have you got fears about where we're heading and what could happen next? And ideas about what we can do?
I mean, I think this city is already beyond fear, really, to despair, and very difficult to see a future which isn't a place where it's unaffordable for everyone except for the rich to live. And I think, unfortunately, when I think about the future, I can't help but think about that. And that's now, because we're beyond the point where this city's problems are confined to just those on low incomes. The children of the middle classes can't get by in this city. That's the breaking point, when people on decent incomes who may have owned a house cannot see their children who are also on decent incomes and have inheritances have the same kind of life that they did. So it's pretty worrying from that respect. But I just also want to add on the sort of title of this session, of the sort of new solutions bit. And there's always a pressure to come up with new solutions, but really fundamentally tackling poverty is about going back to the solutions we know already work. So we've already heard about social housing, that's obviously one of them. A decent welfare state and a good social security system that stops people falling into destitution is the other, and jobs that pay good wages. Really, if you can solve those sorts of three things at a national level, you'll make a huge dent in the numbers of people in poverty in this city and elsewhere.
And do you think there's anything that can be done in terms of the finances? Have we got this right?
I mean, as in financing the things I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So it has to come from somewhere, and that's going to be general taxation. So if we look at the wealth inequality that's in London, that can only really be addressed by taxing people who have more than a tax now, and redistributing that down to other people through welfare, direct redistribution, or through better public services. But I think that has to be the answer, really. Okay,
thank you. And Catherine, so there's a lot that's been said about levelling up and, the whole agenda. Do you think there's a real understanding about poverty in London and child poverty in particular?
No, and I think it's interesting. I think in Claire's presentation at the sort of outset of the day, there was sort of reference to some sort of green shoots in terms of public understanding and public sympathies, I think, in terms of their willingness to think about and want to address poverty and its causes, which is encouraging, I think. Certainly that backs up work we did. I think Kenny was here in the room earlier from Clearview Research. We did some work with them last year and looking at Londoners' attitudes to tackling poverty. There was a clear overwhelming desire, even at that point, before the cost of living crisis has sort of reached the heights it's at now, where people very much wanted to see this issue tackled. So there is public will, I think, and I think there is increasing political will. I think the question of what that looks like and how it's dealt with is an interesting one. I mean, we at 4 in 10, we're called 4 in 10 because we represent the 4 in 10 children living across the city in poverty, and I think we're very kindly funded, at least in part by Manny and his organisation. I think I'm going to have to speak to him about perhaps renaming the organisation before too long, because I think there's a very strong fear that it won't be 4 in 10 children living in poverty in the city. It will be a much higher number. And I think along with that, very much echoing what Manny said, there's a chance that, one of the questions we've got here is, what kind of London do we envisage in 10, 20 years' time? I think there is a chance we end up with a city with very few children in it. We only the children of the very wealthy will be able to afford to live in the city centre, certainly. And I think that's quite a frightening prospect for a city that wants to grow and thrive, to be a city that faces potential childlessness. And I think we need to take that seriously, not just as concerned citizens, but as a city that wants to grow and thrive. We need our young people. And I think if the current situation offers anything and hope, it's a chance to zero in on that. And most importantly, to listen to children and young people about their experiences. And I think, this is an event taking place during the school day, so perhaps it's not surprising there aren't lots of children and young people here, but I think there is lots of energy among young people in the city. They have very strong views about what should be done, and they have lots of ideas around solutions. And I would urge people to go and look for that information. Just to name one such initiative, Leaders Unlocked have produced a report on young people's views on the cost of living crisis that was published this week or last. I can't remember, days have begun to merge. But I would urge everyone to go and look at that, listen to those messages, and there are solutions in there, and young people are full of ways forward.
Can I just pick up on
do.
something Catherine said about London having fewer and fewer children? I'm alarmed at the number of families that have just moved out of the city because it's unaffordable. So those of you from across London will be aware that our school roll numbers across the city are falling. I mean, they are in Richmond Borough, but I understand the further in you go, there are potentially schools having to be closed down because the numbers are dropping post-pandemic, post-Brexit, families just needing to move out of the city. I'm the Lib Dems Education, Children and Young People spokesperson, and two things that I would really like to push for is much better funding and support for early years and childcare. That's really crucial, and the London Early Years Foundation are doing some amazing work in this city, and I know that where, particularly in some of the more deprived boroughs, that there have been nurseries at threat of closure, they've stepped in because they operate as a social enterprise, and they've got a nursery in my patch where actually most of the parents can afford to pay, and they use that to cross-subsidise and help support those parents who can't afford to pay. But also, we desperately need to extend free school meals. I just think it's absurd that every family on universal credit is not entitled to a free school meal if they have a child at school, whether secondary or primary. And the government's own food strategy advisor recommended that. When that was too expensive, he reduced the ask, and even that has not been endorsed by government. And certainly during this cost of living crisis, I think there is definitely a case to be made that all primary children should be given a free school meal, at least on a temporary basis, because the levels of food insecurity are shocking. And it's not just a welfare measure, it's an educational and a health measure. And the fact that we've got children going into school every day, often very hungry, who aren't eligible for a free school meal, that is a simple step that I think the government could step in and introduce.
No, thank you. A lot of support for that, and it's incredibly worrying, isn't it? It's incredibly worrying when you see the demand from people and the lack of being able to feed their children, and Catherine, I don't know if you want to come in on that, if there are other initiatives you think that can really help kids now.
I mean, certainly on free school meals, we are fully signed up, and I know the Mayor of London has come out recently as well in support of that. I think, how high these things register on the government's agenda right now is debatable. But it's worth noting there are local authorities in London who do out of their own pots provide funding for free school meals to 11 as well. I hesitate to say that sitting next to a council leader. Well, I know that the sort of what's coming down the track in terms of funding, but it is in terms of, there was a discussion earlier about targeting. It is one way of targeting support in the most direct way to children who need it, in terms of providing a hot meal during the school day. So in that sense, it is extremely targeted. Again, absolutely, I'm glad you mentioned childcare, Munira. It's not something that's sort of come up very much today already, but I think it is certainly for our organisations and the people that we speak to is absolutely up there, right alongside housing as a driver of poverty, high childcare costs. Absolutely, and I think the current system of government entitlement to free childcare is wrong-headed, confused, and just not fit for purpose. I mean, even if the amount that was paid in entitlements actually covered the cost of the places in the first place, which it doesn't, it would be wrong. But again, I think we can't necessarily sit back and wait for government to address these things. I do think there's an argument for viewing childcare very much in the same way as we do transport as part of the integral infrastructure of our city. That's essential to keep people, absolutely. The great thing about investing in childcare is that it tackles child poverty in more than one way. It enables people to work and hopefully into good high quality work that's well paid. But it also is an investment in young children. We know that under fives are hugely overrepresented among children living in poverty in London. So there's in that sense, it's a no-brainer. But again, for us to be a thriving city, for business to do well here, for things to go well, we need childcare and to be viewed as infrastructure. And I think that lays down a bit of a challenge to other partners, to the private sector. How might they step in, certainly in terms of thinking about supply and supporting, as Munira mentioned, the excellent work of the London Early Years Federation, I always get it wrong, in terms of the work they're doing to extend entitlements. I think there is a challenge to the private sector there as well.
Thank you. And Shantanu, you obviously were nodding vigorously and very proud of what you're doing for your local children. But with austerity on the way, are you going to be able to keep that up with more measures down the line?
I would want to, because I view that as money well spent, and that's always been my commitment to my residents. So, free school meals, even during the holidays. We're currently looking at the sort of level at which you set that, because obviously with prices increasing, that's a key challenge for us. But beyond that, we've got one of the most generous council tax support schemes in the country. We're one of very few boroughs across London who still offer up to 100% support. It costs us a lot of money, but again, if it's that little bit of support that we can offer to our residents, it's money that I'm very happy to spend. What Austerity 2.0 actually looks like scares me. I think most in this room, it would scare as well, and it will lead to some very difficult decisions. But I'm very clear. We need to look at young people, we need to look at our communities, we need to do better to give them the opportunities and the chances, and if that means spending in different ways, then I'm up for that challenge. But it is a scary ask at the moment because you just don't know what's coming down the track.
So in terms of competing priorities, of which there are going to be many, you'd say that was one of your sort of top agenda items then?
Absolutely, without a doubt, yes.
Thank you. And Manny, so we don't know where everything is going and how long we're going to see sort of the crisis that's sort of unraveling at the moment. But how can we see ourselves coming out of this all in a sort of more prosperous situation? Is there hope for people to
has everyone been burnt from the last two crises, hoping that things will get better? After the financial crash, we hoped things would get better. Did they get better? After the pandemic, I remember in the first few months of the pandemic, lots of energy was like, how can we make sure we don't snap back to the life before the pandemic? We pretty much snapped back to life before the pandemic, now even worse with the next crisis. Well, there's some changes like working from home and flexibility around it. So I'm going to be hopeful that at the end of this crisis, there will be some change. I think there is a palpable change in public attitudes now about just a bit fed up of crisis mode for a decade and stagnant living standards. So I think the mood is there for a political party to go and capture like hope again and bring some hope for the future. I think it really is there. I don't think austerity 2.0 is going to land very, very well. So I think there is certainly hope there, and there is positive stuff. I don't want to be too negative. Like, we've got a really strong civil society in London, and it will step up during this crisis again, and it will help people again by providing places for people to keep warm, by providing food parcels and providing really interesting new solutions to some of the problems that they're facing. I thought the transport conversation earlier on was really, really good. It showed how there's so much energy in the climate transition in this city, and we will see loads of really positive stuff about how transport changes and hopefully cheaper forms that pollute less forms of transport really come in. But I thought this is probably one crisis too much. I'm going to give it a little bit. I'm going to give it last chance of having hope out of a crisis. If it doesn't work, then I'm not doing it again. Then what? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it again.
If I may come in on that, I mean, Manny raised a really important point there. We are all hopeful. So we've just in Hounslow passed our new corporate plan, new administration, and we've named it Ambitious for Hounslow. It is very easy to become downbeat. Austerity was very, very difficult for us and local authorities, but we can't lose sight of our local areas. And the way I see it is, as a council leader, we're in a unique position. We've got the elected mandate, But we have so many partners and big business and small businesses that we're incredibly proud of within the borough, and it's using those relationships, the big anchor companies, to try and get them to look at some of their employment and apprenticeships, as well as the SMEs and the voluntary sector, so that we can work in proper partnership to really buy into that aspiration for your local area, because actually our residents are really proud of where they live, and our kids are really proud of their schools that they go to, and businesses are proud to locate in the area that they do. So there's so much going there, but it is very easy to lose sight because the narrative kind of gets lost in that, and it's really important we don't lose sight of our aspiration and our ambition for our local areas.
Thank you. It's nice to now move on to your questions, and I know there's some online and there's some in person and there's some anonymous and there's some where people have put their names to it, but I'm just going to come to some of the questions because we've got a whole load of questions here. Have you got any examples of where communities have been enabled to develop their own solutions in an equitable way? Yeah.
I mean, there are, as I said, London has a really strong civil society, and what actually we find is if we prioritise our funding towards the groups that are led by the people experiencing the issues, people with lived experience, actually you find some really, really great organisations out there, and we see it across all of the themes we're working on, through great alliances like Citizens UK, who have obviously pioneered the London living wage, but to some of the sort of migration activists and housing activists of people who are experiencing the issues like Generation Red. So actually I think there's a huge amount of really good activist energy, but what's so important about it is the people who are experiencing the issues that are leading it, and I think that's something to hang on to.
The voluntary sector is so active in my constituency and right across Richmond Borough. I'm always coming across the most amazing projects of how people are coming together to help each other and within our community. I mean, we saw it obviously at its best and at its most intense through the pandemic, but it was always there and it continues to grow. And yes, it's an affluent borough, but there are real pockets of deprivation as well, which are often overlooked by government because we are seen as a wealthy borough. And so I'm so proud to see, there's all sorts of projects. I could be here all day citing them, so I won't. But I mean, one brilliant example I went to visit in Hampton just last week tries to bring together, it's a hub that's not just giving away surplus food to those, come and pay as you can, and toiletries and nappies for those who may want to put in or may not want to put in, but it also is a hub where local businesses can come and have meetings, and therefore their money in terms of renting rooms in this space is then feeding back into the project, and all sorts of other groups come and use that space. I mean, that's just one example of the many, many examples out there. But also, I think we, as a Liberal, I don't always look to either national or local government to find the solutions. I believe, the voluntary sector, the private sector, and the public sector can come together to find solutions. And actually, in Shandani's borough, the Reach Academy in Feltham, which is just down the road from me, it was an inspirational leader who's founded a free school, who's now set up family hubs and working with families from before children are born, and then seeing those and supporting them in the early years, and seeing those children go through school and come out with far better prospects than they might otherwise not have had, because Ed Vanker, who founded it, has got this vision that actually you've got to work as a community in partnership with all the partners to tackle the health inequalities, to tackle the educational inequalities. And now they've just opened a college because the rates of young people going into higher and further education are so low, working with 2 top private schools in my constituency, who are now working with them, as well as colleges down the road in Kingston and a famous chef, to offer vocational and academic courses to give these young people the best possible opportunity and start in life. And those sorts of really inspirational ideas, I think we need to be looking at scaling those up across the country.
Yeah.
I mean, I absolutely endorse that, and we're a network of 450 mostly very small VCS organisations who are doing amazing work. Life After Hummus is one of our members, I'm very proud to say, and there are many, many more across London. Another one I could highlight would be Barking and Dagenham Youth Dance. They're ostensibly a dance group, but actually they've done some amazing work campaigning around lots of these issues to do with poverty and inequality, and they've produced a fantastic film recently during London Challenge Poverty Week, looking at the links between poverty and inequality and youth violence in their community. So, huge amounts of innovation and creativity, as we saw. But I suppose I would just sound a note of warning, really, that I think lots of these organisations did absolutely more than rise to the challenge during the pandemic. But by expecting people to do so yet again, people who are often unpaid and unwaged, they're often very tired, they're mentally bruised by what they've seen. And I think we mustn't be too certain that we can just rely on them more and more and more. I think I've spoken to small independent food banks whose own volunteers and staff are now drawing on their food bank. They're worried about how they're going to keep the lights on in their halls where they run their services. I know certainly some charitable funds are doing great work to kind of address that, but it's more widespread that, and I think for organisations who are perhaps providing statutory services on behalf of councils, who are midway through their contracts, will those contracts be renegotiated to kind of take into account the costs of inflation? Because otherwise I think there is a risk that however strong and however dedicated people are, there comes a point where they won't be able to keep giving endlessly more and more, and nor should we want that to be the case, actually. I think, you're saying about the iFund's cash first approach, all the people I know in our network who are providing the sort of emergency crisis response in terms of food provision or hygiene products or furniture or whatever it is, would all much rather not be doing it, and nor should they. And I think we have to kind of, in responding to the crisis, keep those two lenses very much in focus, very focal. Maybe that's what we need, so very focal campaigning, I think, so that we can keep our eye on meeting the immediate need, which is essential, and people will rise the best they can to that challenge, but while also kind of accepting that the system is completely broken that allows people to be in these positions in the first place.
Thank you. I think that word of caution is really important. But we've got loads of questions, so I want to try and do a couple more questions if we got time for that. Tamsin has asked that as a trustee of a London food bank, because we were just talking about this, that gives out 40% more parcels now than pre-pandemic. What new solutions are there to address food poverty in our city?
Provide people with decent incomes. It's not. This is where I think I completely endorse Manny's point. This isn't about new solutions. We know the solutions. I mean, if people are in a position to be in work, they ought to be in good quality work, paid at least at the London living wage. Full stop. If for whatever reason they are not able to work at a given point in time, there needs to be a robust national safety net that provides them with an income that matches their needs.
Restore the £20 uplift in universal credit for a start.
Yes. Uprate bill.
Okay. And what about, this is from Lalith, what additional measures are needed to help those who are unemployed to take up and remain in paid work?
So I think for me it comes back to that skills, the upskilling point. It's about using the voluntary sector to help with that upskilling, having the tools within the council as well. And I think it's really important to push London living wage as well. It may not go as far as we'd like it to, but it goes a lot further than sort of minimum wage. And certainly in my borough, a lot of people are in low-paid jobs. So the people in work figures look actually quite healthy, but what that masks is the fact that people are living in work poverty. I think it's about upskilling people at a pace that they are comfortable with, understanding what their needs are, and preventing them from sort of losing their jobs or falling into low-paid jobs when they have aspirations for themselves.
Okay, thank you. And Patrick asks, what about universal basic income then? Is that a solution?
That's a question.
I think it's something that people have strong opinions on, but we don't have enough data as to whether it works or not. So I think it's a very aspirational long-term policy idea, but we need to kind of play around and test it in this country, and probably in this city would be the forefront of doing that. Yeah. So I think it just needs more testing, more understanding, more seeing what works.
Okay.
But in the meantime, uprating benefits in line with inflation, and particularly looking at the local housing allowance, to come back to my earlier point about housing. I mean, in my borough, the local housing allowance, it just does not cover what you have to pay in terms of the private rented sector. I had somebody in my surgery yesterday who was £700 short every month. She's a mother of 2 teenagers. That is not uncommon in somewhere like my borough. So I think the current welfare system isn't fit for purpose, because that's just because it is so mean, frankly, in what it gives and does. We need to get rid of the things like the 2-child benefit cap and so on. But so there's lots of things we can do with the current benefit system.
So I've got one last very quick fire question for you, which is one that's come through, which is anonymous, but it shouldn't be, because if you had one thing to address poverty that had the most impact, what would it be? And we've run out of time, so I want quick answers, starting with you, Chantal.
Increase people's income.
Free school meals.
Free school meals.
Vastly more social housing than what you have now.
They nicked my 2, so there we go.
You can have another one.
Oh dear. Goodness me. Any ideas? No.
Childcare, I think.
Childcare, free school meals, and social housing would be my 3.
Okay, great. Thank you, and thank you to the panel very much. We are now moving on to some presentations, so I'd like you all just to stay on the stage. And we've got a great session next. We have very tight timescales. Everybody has to stick to very, very short timescales today. But we're going to be, the next session is Power of the People, Battling the Cost of Living Crisis, and we're going to hear 4 2-minute presentations on support being delivered locally to help Londoners struggling with rising costs. So this is all about what we've been talking about, and they're going to be strictly timed. I understand you know that your timing is 2 minutes. So I'm going to invite each speaker to the stage to deliver their presentations at the lectern. So the first one is Kate Markey, who's the Chief Executive of the London Community Foundation.
Okay. Good. 2 minutes, and we'll go as fast as I possibly can. So thanks very much for the opportunity to speak, and I'm hoping there is a level of optimism actually that we come away with today, because actually I feel that's what London has been built on, and hopefully that's also what will see us through, as challenging as it is. You'll be pleased to know that actually this is not a presentation about London Community Foundation, as wonderful it is and as amazing as our team is. Actually what it is a big rallying cry. And actually that rallying cry is actually the reason why we do exist. It's a rallying cry for London's grassroots organisations, many of whom we've had some fantastic examples, and I'm very pleased to say that we fund quite a few of them as well. A rallying cry for those organisations that, as we are sitting, standing, discussing here today, these are the organisations that are delivering local humanitarian aid in London right now. And for us, these are the heroes of London, and it's also the reason why we exist. So we've heard people like Farrow, we've heard people like Love, actually many more examples, and some of them are also in the room today. But actually that's why we exist. So back in July, LCF reached out to a lot of the grantees that it funds through our work. And that we know actually during COVID that they massively pivoted using their incredible networks, their groundedness, their lived experience of actually their area. But actually we wanted to understand where they were. And it will be no surprise to you actually, because it's what we've been talking about as the golden thread through all of today, that actually what they were finding was overwhelming need, and actually they themselves were also overwhelmed. They had not recovered from COVID, and yet they were preparing to go again. And they were already seeing, as we said, and we've heard, real escalating need. And these are really, really small organisations. Actually, you can see some of the statistics that I've put up there. But actually, kind of when we say, you know, kind of the turnover of these organisations, actually, you've heard from Farah, actually, kind of some of these organisations are much, much smaller. But actually, what they were ready to do was to step up again. And actually also interesting what we were finding as well, that actually kind of also we've heard that actually many of them are very dependent on local authority small grants funds, those are kind of being cut. And actually also what many of them also found is actually much of their public donation work has also fallen as well. So a real need, a kind of that horrendous kind of combination of escalating need and real challenge themselves. And as we've also heard, that real pressure at the front line of those frontline workers who are really significantly struggling in terms of kind of their own resilience. So what did we do? Well, we've set up something called London Together for London fundraising appeal. We know it's complex, we know it's very political, we also know that actually there's a sense that actually it's so overwhelming that anything we do is a drop in the ocean. That is not the feeling that London Community Foundation has. The organisations that we support have acted, and so we wanted to do that as well. But actually also what we were really concerned about, and we've already touched on it as well, is actually kind of the direct and also the indirect challenges and impact of actually the cost of living. What do we mean by that? Well, actually kind of significant rise in domestic violence and coercive economic control. We've seen significant rises of that in some of the organisations and the beneficiaries that they're supporting. We've seen kind of the young people actually kind of going to youth centres because they want to save on the bus fare, and actually also dropping out of education because they want to support households. Those are the long-term implications of actually the cost of living crisis that I know you know very well because you're a very informed audience. And so actually what are we doing? Well, we're providing emergency provision. It's incredible because actually kind of, I was going to use the word, actually what we do need is a compassionate response, but actually kind of I'm concerned the word compassionate has become kind of slightly politically laden in the last 10 days or so. But actually that is definitely kind of what we feel. We need a compassionate response, and actually that's what we also feel these grassroots organisations we support provide. That actually kind of they, for the most marginalised people in our society, they are without doubt the emergency service and possibly also the only service that they're using. And this is why we exist, and this is what we want to fund. We also know that actually kind of these grassroots organisations that we run, we often don't see a lot of them. Actually kind of you may not be using them, but actually I can guarantee that your neighbourhood will be far less than it is now if those organisations didn't exist. You would feel the difference of your neighbourhood and your community if those grassroots organisations didn't exist. And I'm shamelessly plugging here and kind of make no apology for it either, and I'm probably kind of massively overrunning as well. So actually kind of what can you do? Yes, what can you do? You can support Together for London, but actually what you can also do, we are funding £10,000 grants in emergency provision for organisations. If you're a charity, our fund is open now. If you're a partner, come and talk to us about how you give locally. And if you're looking for collaboration together here, we have amazing voices. Someone asked on here actually kind of about having a social movement for London. This is it in terms of the voices around this table. Okay, I'm going to stop now because I've massively run over. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Very hard to keep to 2 minutes. But next we've got Dr. Sahel Hanif, who is the CEO of the National Zakat Foundation.
Good afternoon, everybody. In the next 2 minutes, I want to share with you our experience with tackling poverty in the capital and in the nation at National Zakat Foundation. What is zakat? Zakat is a form of obligatory almsgiving in Islam, whereby Muslims above a particular threshold of wealth have to give a portion of this wealth each year to Muslims in need. Our foundation has been in operation for just over 10 years for the express purpose of collecting and distributing zakat within the United Kingdom. We are specialists in direct giving, particularly direct cash giving. And so most of our work is direct cash giving to recipients. An average grant at the moment for a family of two and two children is about £900. We also help with rent arrears, rent deposit, council tax, basic furniture, and training to get into employment as well. We work nationwide, but the bulk of our income actually is from the capital. About 60% of our zakat is raised from London. of which about 60% is spent here, and the other supports our work nationwide. And so year to date, we've redistributed about £2 million within the capital, all through direct giving to applicants. Applicants apply for help online, and we've seen a sharp increase in the capital and outside since October of last year. In terms of the distribution or the demographics of people we're serving in the capital, about half of these are women, about a third are asylum seekers, about a third are UK citizens, and also a large proportion of our recipients are also children as well. We have and we are seeking to expand our list of strategic partnerships to amplify the impact and reach of our work. So I'd like to highlight our partnership with the Post Office, whereby an applicant can receive cash wherever they are in the country, even if they don't have a bank account, which we found is really important when helping asylum seekers. I'd like to highlight our partnership with C4WS, which is a Christian shelter project in London, whereby we're covering the costs of their Muslim residents so that their funds can go further, illustrative of how we can embed our funds to amplify not just our work, but the work of other charity and also local government providers as well. And I'm very keen to explore those relationships with you all. Just two very short representative case studies. You have some details of a case study of an asylum seeker. We do a lot of work with the asylum community. As you know, they don't have the right to work. They have very little cash support. And they get set back very easily in trying to settle here. We also help UK citizens. A very common theme we have is health problems, which set back someone from work and makes the other person in that household a carer. And so health-related concerns can really push back a household already on the brink. A small example of a case study here. That's basically my 2-minute summary. I'm very, very keen to explore strategic partnerships because I really do believe the potential of our work is really quite large if we can work together to find ways to embed and support each other and support local community actors as well. So thank you very much. Some contact details here. Very keen to follow up with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've got a very quick turnaround now. We've got Diana Edmonds, MBE, who's the National Libraries Director in Greenwich Leisure Limited.
Thank you very much. I want to talk to you about an institution that you all know. It's the public library. Power is all about ownership. If you own a lot, you have power. If you don't own things, you don't have power. But fortunately, we all own the public library. So I'm responsible for the operation of some libraries in London. And those public libraries were used by, 5 million visits. I think it says it all. Librarians are really chatty. They get to know people. And normally we're really concerned about people's minds. We're concerned that, we provide books and stimulus. We're increasingly concerned about people's physical needs. And so libraries are increasingly stepping up. We're very aware that people are facing a cost of living crisis, and we're making sure that at the very least they can come into a library, have a warm place to sit, maybe have a cup of tea, cup of coffee, a biscuit, and actually, not just a warm welcome, but something that focuses on their physical needs. Libraries provide a lot of interesting things. If you want to be educated, if you want to be interested, then go to a public library. But actually, the thing about a public library is it's a place to meet other people. It's a social space. We also focus heavily on the digital divide. For me, for you, life without the internet is meaningless. We just can't understand it anymore. Lots of our customers don't have access to the internet, and that's where we not only provide the kit, we also provide tuition, free of charge. And don't forget the books. Forget about Amazon, forget about Audible, but don't forget about the public library, because honestly, the offer is fantastic. They belong to the people, they belong to you, they belong to me, and they're free. So use them, and increasingly we'll focus on physical need as well as intellectual need.
not least, we've got Sam Hawksley, from Chief Executive of Lewisham.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Sam from Lewisham Local. Who's been to Lewisham before? Quick show of hands. Yes, represented. Very good. If you haven't been, we're still the London Borough of Culture for 2 more months. So still time to take in some culture. Okay, 2 minutes. Fasten your seatbelts. So about Lewisham Local, we do lots of different things. We're a bit of a mix between a CVS, a volunteer centre, a grassroots community development organisation. We develop projects all about connecting the community to solve needs. I'm here to talk to you about one of those projects called Bank of Things. We have something called a Young Mayor and Young Advisors in Lewisham, a group of young people who are elected each year, and they really identified a need of in-education poverty, where young people were missing sports classes, missing food cookery classes, all because they couldn't simply afford the right equipment and couldn't access those things. So really, really heartbreaking, and they wanted to do something about it. And the young mayor is given a budget each year. So they managed to use some of that budget to set up a project called the Bank of Things. So they designed everything. They designed this logo, designed the whole concept, and worked with our local food bank to use a food bank model, but to try and meet this gap by providing young people with books, arts, sports supplies, and hygiene products as well. So we're in the middle of an 18-month pilot. And it's really been a cross-sector partnership. Ourselves, local charity, the young mayors who are all young people. The council have relocated some of their youth services as part of our project to support us. And also Landsec, huge owner of our property owner across the UK, but own Lewisham Shopping Centre, and have gifted us rent-free space for 2 years, service charge and rent-free. This was it, real team effort to change it all around, and it's called Unit 19 because we couldn't think of a better name. Here's some pictures of some of the things that we do. So lots of hygiene stuff. We've been spreading the word. We do these little bags that we give away, but it's taken time. So it's been an initial slow start, but the word is starting to get out there through schools, through food bank users as well, through youth clubs, and also spreading the word at community events as well. So far we've managed to reach over 500 young people and give them something. And crucially, it's run, we do have a development worker which is paid, but we have 35 young people, all under 25, who are volunteering their time each week to make it happen and to design it. So that's really the power behind it. And what are we focusing on next? What's the future? Uniform and sort of this swap shop idea. Loads of people, getting rid of uniform, but people really need a uniform. What can we do around that? We're exploring. We're going to be doing something at Christmas as well, around a gift appeal and hampers for young people who sadly won't receive presents this Christmas as well. And we've just been confirmed for another year. We're going to do some roving support and move it away from the unit and around food banks as well over the next year. But if you live local, if you're a funder, come and talk to us. We need money, we need grant funding. But if you want to donate things or time, come and talk to us or volunteer. Thank you very much for having me.
So thank you, Kate, Dr. Sahel, Diane, and Sam for your fantastic presentations. I think we've probably got a very short time just for a few reflections from the panel about those amazing sort of local partnerships. So would you like to just give your reflections just very quickly?
I'll be very quick. I mean, just amazing work that they do, and it just reminds me the breadth of work that the voluntary sector does. And I think, we must support them. We must support you guys, both in terms of funding as well as support more broadly. And I think one day we won't be in crisis. We won't have as many problems as we do now. And we mustn't forget the work that you do then in the good times as well as the bad.
Thank you, Catherine.
I don't think I've got much to add, really. I think other than to say, give a nod to Lewisham Local, also members of 4 in 10. So I would encourage anyone else who would like to join our network to look at 4 in 10's website and do join. It's free. And then you can, we exist to promote the work that organisations like yours do, to join it up, to help you find organisations in other parts of London who might be doing similar things. We hold regular coffee mornings to discuss thematic issues and sort of join our campaigning voice together as well. So that's a plug for my organisation, not yours. But anyway, and the other thing is I love the library. I always go to the library, so...
Thank you, Manny.
Yeah, all really brilliant. And I mean, the library presentation was really interesting because I remember about 10 or 15 years ago having this conversation about how can we transform libraries away from just being really quiet places where you read. And now they're doing so many amazing things. We obviously would prefer it wasn't a warm space, but the fact that they are warm spaces is a really good thing for people who need it. So.
Yeah, all really fantastic. And the numbers escape me, but I recently read about the percentage of schools that don't have libraries and the percentage of children that don't even have a book at home. And so making libraries really accessible and welcoming, particularly to those families from low-income backgrounds who may not typically go there, I think is just so critically important.
I think for me, it's, the reflection is that there's so much reliance on partnerships here in all of this, and that's so important because as we focus on our own organisations, it's about not forgetting, the wider support we need to give other organisations and how incredibly important it is to get understanding as well around what's happening locally from these local organisations. So, keep giving us the information, keep telling us what's going on because that sort of local knowledge is really invaluable and it's going to shift and change and we need to make sure we're really sort of connected in. So I don't know how anybody can do a presentation in 2 minutes. I think you did your absolute best. I'd like to thank you. And I'd like to thank my great panel as well for sharing your experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta. Thank you, everybody. What a day. Wow. I've been asked to obviously say a few thanks, but before that, just a few reflections on today. I think it was fantastic that we were able to have both Mayor Khan and Paul Scully, the MP for London, amongst other things, as he told us. The one thing that is in common right across whatever boundaries there are, whether they're real or perceived, is the passion for London, the passion for this city, the passion for what it needs, and most importantly, the passion for Londoners and what they need to see from our city in the future. That was right across all of our panels, whether it was about transport, whether it was about housing, or whether it was about London's place in the national picture and what levelling up, if levelling up still exists as a concept, actually means for us. So it was absolutely brilliant. But the thing, as always with this conference, that blows me away is always the second half of the day, the power of the people, the ability to turn art and something that's really relevant to the average Londoner on a really complicated message around air quality and engage and urge people to act has been fantastic. And for our final presentations, I walk away with a sort of list of people I need to follow up with because this is brilliant stuff. Whoops, I think I hit something. Or is that just telling me to hurry up? So I will be in touch with absolutely lots of them. I'm stopping with Farah the next time I'm running between Euston and St Pancras. There are lots of thanks to say. And the first one I will start with is with Nick and the Centre for London team, who have done the most amazing job today. The front row here, I don't know what I would have done without Sana, keeping me on time, keeping me briefed. It was absolutely brilliant. But there's a whole army of people who are standing around looking like bouncers at the moment, who made today happen. And of course, to make it happen, we needed our sponsors. And I won't list them all out because I know I'm standing between you and a nice cold drink next door. But our sponsors were fantastic and really made this happen, including the University of London, who gave us this venue, which is such a wonderful, wonderful space. I will do a final thank you, because we have 3 amazing interpreters who've had to put up with us talking too quickly, us not holding our microphones to our faces so you couldn't hear us at all, and you've been brilliant. So a special round of applause for our interpreters. As always, I will have forgotten to thank somebody, so just thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching on YouTube. It has been brilliant. I didn't get 4 or 5 people come up to me to talk about becoming a supporter. There is time yet, so maybe if I can twist your arm over a nice glass of sparkling water next door, let's do it. So please join us for a drink, and thank you all again for coming.